Welcome, everybody, to the Making Awesome podcast. This is episode 217. You got Grant, you got Jacob, you got the crew. We're going to be talking all about tools. And while there are a couple of tools here hanging out, I'm sure we have a couple of tools hanging out in the chat as well. Tools are some of the most valuable thing for your 3D printer, because your 3D printer is, well, going to end up being useless if you don't have the right tools for it. And while you might consider yourself a tool, having tools for your tool can help you tool better. Jacob, how is life, my friend?
Surprisingly warm. It is one of the very rare British days where it is actually kind of hot for summer. It's not even summer, it's spring. It's 18 degrees. Like
Jeez.
Yesterday was 7. So it actually feels kind of getting towards summer. I'm loving it. It is awful though, because this room's really insulated and it's 32 degrees at the moment inside here. So I am slowly dying of heat exhaustion. But it'll be fine.
You really shouldn't wear sweaters on the show, but hey, whatever. By the way, it's 26 Celsius here. And you know, my computer says temperatures to plummet, and that means that it's probably going to be like 20 Celsius tomorrow. But it is noon-ish. Welcome to daylight savings time in the United States. And then you go into daylight savings time, I think, at the end of the month, right?
I have no idea. I just don't keep track of it anymore.
Okay. Yeah, it was like we had to make sure that we had everything set for the show. I'm like, hey, by the way, I don't know how this is going to, mess with things, but we spring ahead 1 hour and that's gonna be fun. Hey, it is what it is. But yeah, dude, let's jump into tools, because I think even if you're a newbie, right, having the right tools is crazy important. And like anyone that has ever owned a 3D printer, they normally come with these reasonably crappy but more than serviceable blue flush cutters, right? I
swear by them. I love them.
I like the Hako brand better. Personally, I find them to be more ergonomic than these, and I think the jaws are hardened a little bit nicer, and they're not very expensive on top. But these do often
those are
come
50
with 3D
cents.
printers. Yeah. I mean that's fair. I buy like a 10-pack for like $30 on Amazon, and I end up losing.
You are massively overspending for that.
Oh, the Hakos, not.
Oh, the Hakos. I was gonna say, if you're getting them for 30 quid for a 10-pack, you are overspending.
Oh, I'm sure.
It started.
We're reading the live chat. It's starting. I don't know who Matt is, but Matt has figured out a bit of a trick. For those that don't know, there are certain currencies that you can use, and you can give a ton of money in that currency, and it ends up being very little in your home currency. So Matt with the ARS 5000, which, by the way, transfers to $4.70 US. But with YouTube, hilariously, the value of it, like the number, is how long it stays up on the top chat screen. So because it's such a high number, it will stay up the entire show. Matt, you are really smart about this. If you do want to donate to streamers and leave your message up all the time, you do it with ARS money, apparently. Winslow joined the $9.99 for the ad-free streams. Thank you very much as well. And yes, these streams do come to you ad-free. If you do want to support the channel, you can. If you're listening back audio only, you've missed the fun live where you could have us, respond to your messages ADHD out into oblivion, and then have people in the comments say, wow, you only talked about the thing for 10%. I'm like, I don't think you understand what kind of show this is, because the last 216 episodes should have told you that this is what's going to happen. Anyways, flush cutters are fun. I was reading a Reddit thread where someone said, I feel like an idiot because for years I've called them flesh cutters. And honestly, that's pretty apt as well. I
I
think,
can vibe with that.
yeah, how many times have you cut yourself with a pair of these before?
Way too many,
Yeah, wait.
especially removing support material.
Yeah, oh, well, that's more of like a stabbing motion, right?
Well, I
Yeah.
use them as pliers. Like, they're so disposably cheap, and they can like get a bit of bite, so they're
Mhm.
really good as pliers as well. I just wish they opened 10 degrees more, and then you could really wrap around something.
That's
But they're good.
fair.
Like for 50 cents each, get a 30 pack from AliExpress. And oh no, I damaged it on a piece of metal in the bin. Here's another. Hey, and they last for so long when you actually treat them right.
Yeah, I mean, you're not cutting piano wire or anything like that with them, right? Like you're not going to do that. But copper wire doesn't seem to care about.
I mean, you can cut piano wire at least once,
Yeah,
and then that's
well,
it.
see, then what you've done is you've turned your flush cutters also into a bit of a stripper for a very specific wire gauge because now you're going to end up with a
You've got this lovely whoop.
yeah, you'll have a divot cut into it. And so, yes, there are times where buying really expensive tools make a lot of sense. But there are also times where buying the cheap stuff, knowing that it's the cheap stuff, knowing that it's disposable, is often also a good move, right? Like, I've never checked to see that these can be had for 50 cents a piece. But if they are legitimately 50 cents a piece, I'll go buy a 30 pack. Because my issue is I friggin' lose them. One day I'm
Yep.
gonna find like the cat has been secretly hiding everything. I don't know where, but I'm sure she has been. She hasn't been. I just lose things easily. Um, but yeah, you don't have to get the nice kit. You have to get the ones that work, right? And that's something for us to talk about. If it works, it's good enough. We mentioned this a couple of episodes back where you said the best 3D printer is the one that you own.
Yeah.
And that is such a valuable source right there, right? The best tool is the one that you own, right? So you don't need to go out and buy new tools if you already own something. But if you don't own something, it is often good to put it on a list. And that way, a family member, significant other, whatever, if they wanted to get you something nice and easy, they can, right? Makers are notoriously difficult to buy for because we just make the crap we want. However, everybody can use tools. Everybody likes tools, right?
I'm so easy to buy for. You get me a good tool and I'm sold.
Dude,
I'll do anything for you at that point.
oh really?
Oh,
I'm
yes.
gonna go send you
Even that.
some engineer pliers. You ever use the brand the engineer brand from Japan?
No, I have used, however, oh God, I've just forgotten the name. You know when you have that name in your head, the moment you try to
Every
say it, just
friggin'
poof.
time. Every time.
I've got these gorgeous Japanese crimping tools
Hmm.
that are very low like effort, where they're just two press bits of metal, but they've done them so perfectly. I cannot find a replacement for them. I
Knipex?
just cannot. Don't know anymore. It's
Those are
just gone out of my
German.
head.
Isn't Knipex
No, they're
German?
definitely Japanese
Oh,
because
okay.
it's got Japanese writing on the side.
Well, no, so Catlit put in there Knipex with a question mark. Uh, no, I think Knipex is German. Um, yeah, Knipex is German. Okay, thank you. And DevMiner's German. So we have a German person telling us that it's German. I'm right. I'm not as dumb as I look, thank God. Peter Printer with the 5 gifted memberships. Rah rah, Salty, Steve Clark, Papa, and JC Energy all got one. So thank you, Beardy. Appreciate it, boss man. I don't think you say the K. Nipex is a weird way to say it. I'm gonna say it Knipex. I'm sure it's wrong. I don't care.
It sounds kind of phallic if you just go Nipex.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And for reference, I'm going to try to get links for you all, but realistically, just click the Amazon affiliate link in the description and use that if you want to support the channel to buy any of the products we talk about. We do appreciate if you do want to. And Jacob, we should probably have a list. That way, when the show is over, I can put it in the description. So, you know.
I've got a notepad open.
Yep. I
can
would say get Notepad open and let's start doing it. So
Let's start with flesh cutters.
flesh cutters. Yes, the flesh cutters. Rose Kindred said, "You are just adding the K for the interaction bait on videos, aren't you?" No, so many people say it with the K, the Knipex. Just go on to YouTube and look at the tool people. They all say it with the K. They say Knipex. I understand that it's painful. I get it, and I'm sorry. DevMiner says we're all wrong. All right, DevMiner, I don't know how you're going to do this, but I need you to spell it out in the way that it's actually said for Germans. DevMiner had also put in there tweezers. You know, tweezers weren't initially on my list of tools, but I think they are now. Like a decent pair. And you'll need like a set, right? You'll want the really, really fine tweezers. Those are great for removing support material in holes. Where you have a through hole, you can use the tweezer to poke the support material out from the backside. But it's really good if you need to like remove tiny bits and stuff, and can be very valuable when you're using it in conjunction with other tools. But I also like the really wide ones as well. Those are really good. And yeah, like Mr. T-Broom says, the really fine soldering tweezers. Those are nice.
I can't say I've ever used tweezers.
No?
Like if it's anything bigger, I go straight to like needle nose pliers.
But
if it's smaller, I unironically I go back to the flush cutters, and I just don't crush them too much.
So like, you know,
if it's like a through hole, I'll just drill it out. But I do see tweezers being really good tool assistants, where you've got another tool and you need to assist it with another tool. That is like a little bonus. Can't say I'm a tweezer person myself though.
I have found myself using them. The problem is, especially with the fine pointed ones, I'll drop them. And now the tip is bent a little bit. And well, there's surgery and medicine to fix all of that. You don't often want a bent tip. That could be problematic. I'm getting into the problems here. But
we are not going on a tangent this early.
No, we probably are. I mean, we already have. But you know, often, like, so you say you use needle nose, right? For me, the needle nose are like the ones that Prusa sends with their machines.
Yeah,
right.
Those ones.
But these only neck down to, I've got a caliper sitting on my desk. I'm going to talk about the caliper in a bit. These only neck.
I prepared that in advance to talk about.
Oh, you have the big one. Okay. You know, so this neck's down to like 2¼ millimeter. And, you know, that's not that fine. And there's got to be something between 2¼ millimeter and flush cutters. The thing about the flush cutters, of why I use tweezers often instead, is because they have such a rake on them, right? Where they get wide very, very quickly, that sometimes you can't get them into the spot that you need. And it's a pain in the butt. DevMiner said, closest pronunciation they can find is Knipex.
Yeah, I could see that.
I know I'm wrong, but Knipex just feels right.
Oh, but Gilbert Gnar has said that you do pronounce the K in German. Check his last name for reference.
But I've always said Gnar, not Knar. So I don't know. Oh no, I've been messing things up this whole time. Yeah. Skate Soup says it's a caliper she tells you not to worry about. Yeah, you know, tweezers, it's ceramic tweezers. Have a set of ceramic tweezers. Please, please, please have a set. When you're doing really fine electronic work, ceramic tweezers are awesome. Like if you need to remove anything from around a heater on a 3D printer, use ceramic tweezers, because those heaters often have exposed wiring on them. And if you short the heater, you blow the MOSFET on the motherboard 9 times out of 10.
You're right. I have
Yeah.
blown so many like fuses because I've been using like just metal scrapers or whatever.
Now, mind you,
You know what? I give it to you. I'm going to be getting some ceramic tweezers now. That would fix so many of my problems.
and the thing with the ceramic tweezers are they're not wholly ceramic, right? It's just the latter
Just the tip,
8
isn't it?
millimeters. Yeah, just the tip
Yeah.
and only for a minute, if you will. That is so valuable because you'll make that mistake once and it will cost you, if you're using legit boards, $60 to $80 or more. If you're using a clone board, $20 to $40. You know, all of that, that's a big money investment for a mistake. Now, look, you're going to make mistakes. Mistakes are common. They're going to happen. Learn from them. But try not to do them if you don't have to. You know?
Yeah.
Stephen Z with the $5. Oh, geez. Saying, as long as people know what you are talking about, and it doesn't matter how you pronounce it, just look at GIF. Because it's not GIF. Choosy moms choose GIF. I'm well aware that the individual that made it said it's pronounced GIF. I refuse to acknowledge that, which I know is like very American of me, but GIF is better. And I know, do you say giraffe?
So
I know, I say giraffe. I get it. Okay.
Yeah, it's not even that. GIF, the G means graphics. You're not saying graphics, it's graphics.
Yeah, graphics.
I mean, it doesn't
graphics
matter.
Interchange format. Yeah, you want to talk about rage baiting people? That's what Steven Zura just did. That's a rage bait. $5 right there, but I'm here for it. I'm here for it. As Kisker said, it's okay. The person who made it can be wrong. And you know what? Honestly, the best tool that you can have as a newbie, as a professional, as a business is the willingness to be wrong.
Oh, yeah. You learn so quickly when you make mistakes. Like, if you do it right first time, you don't know why it went right. You just know it worked. If you do it wrong, you know why it went wrong, the repercussions of going wrong, and now you also have to learn to fix something that went wrong, which is such an important life lesson. And you will keep that in your memory no matter what from then forward.
Yep. That kind of thing. And you will remember it. You will remember that time. Like, I remember that time where I blew out the 5-volt rail on a Duet 2 Wi-Fi board, and I kind of panicked because I turned on a machine, it let out the magic smoke. I'm like, oh no, that was $100 motherboard, okay? And then I look at the documentation, and they say, we're well aware that the 5-volt rail can be a little bit, sensitive on these. So we've added a jumper to disable the 5-volt rail, and you can just feed in your own 5 volts here. And so I definitely didn't go buy a Amazon special buck converter, set it to be exactly 5 volts with a potentiometer, with a 6-digit multimeter, and then fed it back into the board, and has worked perfectly fine ever since. But it was one of those, engineers made enough mistakes that they decided to add that on there.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. As F said, we level the bed, not tramp. That's fair. You are technically tramming your bed, but we level it because level is better. Just like we have 96 people and 25 likes, and we should have 96 people and 96 likes. So if you guys do want to like the stream, please do support as well. And hey, enter to win some awesome printed solid filament. Link in that pinned chat message. So we got tweezers, we've got flush cutters, we've got a decent set of needle nose pliers, right? And again, the tool you have is better than the tool you don't. But pliers, right? Kneepex. Kneepex makes amazing, amazing pliers. However, they're bloody expensive. As someone that doesn't own a pair of Kneepex pliers at all, and I've wanted to, but they're like $70 to $80 a set each here in the States. It's like, eh. And then I was in Direct Tools, which is a refurbisher company for TTI. So they have like Ryobi and Milwaukee and Rigid. And Ryobi definitely didn't just copy Kneepex for some pliers. They were $8 a piece.
Ooh,
I bought
that is cheap.
So they had a 6, an 8, and a 10. I bought a 6 and I bought a 10. It's great. I've used them both. Love them. Threw them right into my kit for my car, and they stay in my car. Right? I totally understand getting clone tools. And you said this in a previous thing. If you can't afford it, buy the clone. But save up at some point to buy the real one, because the real one is a lot better. But the clone is going to get you like, what, 90 to 95% of the way there? Yeah. Yeah. That's a big deal, right? And like, I'll keep the Ryobi ones when I'm able to afford or can justify the Kneepex. I'll go get it. But until then, I'm going to stick with it. And for me, for pliers, and for a late friend of ours, Sanjay, it is Engineer, the Engineer brand for pliers. And they... Dude.
I need to get myself some now.
Yeah. So...
I'm using B&Q's dirt cheapest pliers you can possibly buy. And I've actually done all my design work, so I never have to use them. They are so bad.
Like,
but as you were saying, it's about capability. If you don't have them, you can't do anything. If you have bad stuff or clone stuff, you still can do the job. It's just going to be annoying and painful, but you can get it done.
Yep.
Then you once you know you can do stuff and you need them, then you can save up for the good stuff. And oh my god, does it make life so much nicer when you have the good stuff? It is night and day difference, and you won't know it's night and day difference until you feel them. You go, yep, I now understand.
100%, right? Like the Prusa, the Prusa pliers, they're good enough. The tip isn't perfect. It's not properly rounded. You know, there's a little bit of a gap between, everything. The cutters aren't hardened or anything like that. But you know what? They're good enough. I have one pair of Engineer pliers. They sit in my road bag. So I have a couple of different toolkits that I take. So I've got a road bag, a shop bag, but the shop bag ends up getting exploded throughout the shop because I forget to put things away and I put it down instead of putting it away. That's a whole nother thing that we can get into. But like, by and large, I'm going for the Prusa pliers because, as dumb as it is, they're easy to find because they're either red and now the new ones are orange. You can easily spot them on a shelf somewhere, where a lot of tools are black, or they're not like a color that you can easily spot. And 99 times out of 100, this is more than fine. But when you need that nice tool, it is nice to have it. And the Engineer pliers, when I say the jaws fit perfect, I mean the jaws fit perfect. Like, it's like it was wire EDM'd out of a single piece of steel. Perfect. Okay? And they're not that expensive. They're like $7 to $10 a piece. But if you're buying...
That's not bad.
Yeah, but if you're buying, your flush cutters for 50 cents each, yeah, okay, that's 20 times more the price.
Yeah, but the difference is I'm going to abuse my flush cutters knowing they're 50 cent, and I'm going to use the nice proper stuff for its actual job.
Like, I have a feeling this episode is going to be dangerous for the both of us because we both have tools that the other one doesn't have. Like, I'm not going to go out and get a double A grade, granite fixture plate to do my assembly work on. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not doing that. But I might go get some of the other things that you bring to the table. Like we have a private channel where we talk about the show, and we were both like typing something. We're like, no, don't do it. You're gonna ruin the fun of us telling each other and then telling the chat and all of that. Uh, yeah,
I was about to go into such a rabbit hole, and I had to stop myself.
yeah. Josh Edlin says there's someone making a list of these Gucci tools. I hope Jacob is. He should be.
I am.
Yeah,
I am.
he should
I'm
be.
slowly working through a list.
Yeah, and what we'll do is at the end we'll go through everything and kind of give the quick 30-second synopsis of each. But yeah, a good set of pliers does go a long way. And yeah, check after the stream. We'll put links to all of it in the description. So
Let me bring one to the table.
all right.
This is the opposite of what we've just been talking about. The cheapest set of spanners you can possibly get. The ones that are made only from stamped, slightly soft steel.
Because
and you know why?
You'll round them out before you round out the bolt.
Nope. They're thin. Even the thin I keep saying pliers, spanners. Even the thin spanners are 2 to 3 mil thick. But the dirt cheap, like literally, like they do not make them anymore cheap, just stamped out of like soft, mild steel, they're 1 mil thick. You can get them in places where a lot of other things can't reach. For example, we actually got for the C1 series. So every printer you buy, it comes with a plier set and a spanner set that you can have. We had to ask a company to specifically make them because you cannot source them anymore. But they are great because they're micro flat pack, so you can have a lot in a small area.
Yep.
And they can get to the areas, especially when like you're really trying to get to a really awkward nut that the others can't because they were designed better.
Thomas says, but are they single use? I mean, if you reef on them hard enough, everything is single use. But no, they shouldn't be single use.
No.
That's not something I would have ever thought of. But you know what? That is absolutely a time where the cheap tool is the better option because the expensive tool doesn't exist in that space, right?
Nope.
We do work with with a tool brand. I don't know if I can publicly say it, so I probably won't. But they make some of the most unique tools that I've ever seen. They've got a thing that takes a like an open and closed end spanner, right? And it adds, you push this in and it adds a wobbler to it so you can then stick a socket onto it. So now you have a low profile socket. It's not a ratchet unless you have a ratcheting spanner, but they do that. I'm like, oh, that's
neat.
That's good. I'm like, oh, that's,
I like that.
That's really good. Well, they're the only company that makes it. It's Vim Tools, VIM Tools. We did not design that for them, so I'm not like giving out proprietary information, but they're not cheap. It's like $50 or $60 for the set of like 1/4 inch, 3/8 and half. But they're really, I've used them already a few times. I'm like, oh, these are nice. Like when you need it kind of deal. And look at those brands that are OEMs for others. Like Vim does a lot of OEM work for other companies. You'll find that they have a lot of unique designs that you might not necessarily ever immediately need, but it's a good idea to keep your eye on it. Because in the event that you do, they might have a tool that fits what you need rather than you trying to jankily JB weld stuff together to make it work,
I'm not saying I've done that before, but I've done that
I was
before.
gonna say, my God, the amount of times that I've just stupidly tried to make things work, it is
Uh,
quite
I mean, that is a
interesting.
great tool to have, JB Weld. Oh,
Dude, glue. Just in general,
just glue.
glue. Oh man, and lots of it. Different types of glue. Oh my gosh, yeah. For those in America, the $1.25 tree, because I refuse to call it the Dollar Tree anymore. They raised their prices to $1.25. They have lost their name of the Dollar Tree. It is now the $1.25 tree. I will be petty about this. I do not care.
Wait. Don't you have to still pay sales tax afterwards, though, on a dollar item?
Shush, shush.
So it's not a dollar in the first place.
For certain items, for like food items, for non-prepared food items, you don't pay
Hmm.
sales tax.
You're not winning me
So
over with this.
shut up. But they sell super glue, like actual branded super glue. Um, and you can get it. It's cheap. It's like 2 or 3 tubes for $1.
That's great.
Yeah, and the tubes are like 3 or 4 grams. Maybe they're 7 grams, right? They're the generic
Mm.
size. If you don't use it within a month, the cap normally glues itself shut. Super glue tube, and they are so nice to have. I'm going to make a recommendation, but it is not medical advice. It is to keep a tube of unopened super glue where you keep your sharp objects, because you can use super glue to close wounds. Now, it is preferred that you go get medical grade super glue. It's not that much more expensive. Sometimes you can find it, sometimes you can't. But in a pinch, works just fine. So,
Yep.
if it's the difference
The amount
between...
of cuts I've had on my fingers that I have definitely not sealed with super glue is very high. It's also great because it seals the air from getting to the cut so it doesn't
Yep.
sting. It's gorgeous stuff. Again, not medical advice,
No.
but experience. Let's say that.
Yeah, experience speaks here.
Also, it's great for shaking people's hands. As a not wet shake, that's awful. Don't do that. But if you go to shake someone's hands and you're covered in plasters, people don't want to shake your hand because it looks awkward. Like you're not sure what's under the plaster in the first place or how bad it is. It's
Wait,
just that
plaster, is that like a
instinctive, "Ooh."
bandage?
Yeah, band-aid.
Okay, that
So we call them
plasters
plasters.
is the UK term for band-aid. Got it.
Yeah, you just
Yeah.
plaster over it.
Yeah, look, unless you have like really funny band-aids, yeah. You're right. When you shake somebody's hand and they've got like it doesn't feel right. A little bit of
Yeah,
super glue
like go
feels
to an
like
electrician and they've just put like blue like engineering paper towel around in a duct tape, and you just go, oh yeah, just super glue over it. Nobody cares then.
Yeah, look, the amount of times I'm like, I don't know where my band-aids are. F it. I got a paper towel and some electrical tape. We're gonna call it a day. But yes, please do keep super glue handy. I'm also a 3D gloop fan. I buy the micro bottles, but then I
Yep.
also buy a big bottle. I prefer the uh the smaller bottles to actually use, and the bigger bottles because they're cheaper and I just refill the small bottles. The problem with gloop is it is methylene chloride based, and methylene chloride is known to cause cancer in every state, not just California. So please be careful with stuff like this. I like gloop. I think it's a phenomenal product. It is great for gluing prints back together, but it can also damage your skin. So, be careful. Please.
Yeah.
The other thing, which on super glue, kicker, or the accelerant for super glue.
Yes.
Um,
Fantastic.
if you don't have accelerant and you don't want to buy it, baking soda.
Saline. Water.
Water can work, but it can also damage the joint. Baking
Yeah.
soda, when it hits super glue, turns into concrete, basically. And so it will add strength. So if you have super glue that's like weeped out of a part, and you want it to weep out of the part for whatever reason, pour baking soda on it. It'll instantly kick. Be careful though, because if you do it over a large surface area, it'll start to cascade kick, and it will
Oh.
start to smoke. And that is very, very, very dangerous because it can and will put superglue vapor into the air. The problem with superglue vapor is that it activates with water. And what on your body has water? Your eyes. Your mouth is actually not too much of an issue because by the time it gets down into your lungs, it's already kicked somewhere in your throat and mouth. It's your eyes. If you ever cut onions and it burns, superglue is so much worse. It is so much worse. I don't want to go into the work that I've done on superglue because like we used to manufacture our own superglue. We'd go through 15 gallons a week on average. So we manufactured our own. Dude, when you got that formula wrong and it all just kicked, it would smoke out the shop so bad that the Marine that was working with us said it was worse than CS gas.
Oh no.
Yep, that's how
because it's CA gas at that
CA
point.
gas, yeah. That is how I ended up just buying a pharmaceutical grade fume hood. And every time we were, experimenting with superglue, we would turn that thing up to full blast. And if something went wrong, we'd turn it up to full blast and we'd go take a 3-hour lunch and just let it just renew the air in the shop. There were times.
Yeah.
But yeah, kicker, you don't have to buy the good stuff. You could use baking soda, you can use water. Moisture is often what causes CA glue to kick. So if you're in a more desert environment, it doesn't work as well.
You can be really cheapskate if now this is a modeling tip. Just blow on the part, like back of the throat blow, a little bit of moisture on there when you put the super glue on. It's a really quick way to activate it.
Yep.
Also, on the modeling side, talcum powder. If you put talcum powder in the CA glue, it doesn't activate it. So you can pad it out, and then you can kind of turn it into a slurry, and then you can shape with it. It thickens it.
So
it's also great for snow. You can make like modeling snow with CA glue and talcum powder. But in reality, you do it where you've got like little seams between parts that you really don't want to have a seam there. You make it thick, you put it in. It's basically an ABS slurry, but with CA glue instead. It's fantastic.
I've always just built it up with baking soda. I'll use gel super glue so it doesn't just fall, and then I'll sprinkle some baking soda on there, and then I build up like I'm welding, and then I sand it down. But I've used like baby powder or talcum powder here in the States is often just cornstarch because talc is like mildly dangerous to humans. I've done that with resin, 3D printer resin. I saw it. Uncle Jesse did a video on it, and I'm like, that's actually kind of brilliant. He uses it as, instead of like a Bondo spot putty or wood filler, he mixes the resin with baby powder, and it turns into like a thick putty that is UV curing.
I really like that.
Yeah. Now, mind you, we are contractually at this point obligated to remind you that resin is toxic. But it does work.
It does work. It is actually quite good.
Yeah, and I guess according to Mr. Catlett there, Frozen sells UV resin putty as a product. Meh.
Oh, that sounds so bad and so good at the same time.
I'll DIY it myself.
Just make your own.
Yeah.
Just buy a bottle of the cheapest, dirtiest resin you can and just pad it out.
Yep.
So much cheaper and you get more.
Yep, I get the little plastic ramekin cups you go buy a pack of them on Amazon or something. Those are actually really good to have for small parts. Bonus points, if you want to go like super legit, you can just use like a magnetic tray, right?
Yeah.
But I've used plastic ramekin containers for years, and they're great because they have lids, and you can stack them. I can write on them what it is. If you use a dry erase marker, it wipes right off, so they're reusable. And if you want it to be extra cool, you can use some super glue a magnet to the bottom of it. So now you have a tiny little, with a lid, plastic ramekin container, which is really, really, really nice. Yeah. And then if you're mixing resin in it and you're done, you just go set it outside, let it fully kick, and
Yep.
then be done with it. You know.
So
So
while we're on the topic of resin, I've got one that has saved me so much money, but I must preface it that if you thought resin was toxic, this is going to be 10 times
oh
worse.
no.
And you can probably imagine where I'm going with this. A water distiller for
Oh
your resin isopropanol.
yeah.
That has saved me so much money because it's the only real way to process iso or bioethanols without going through like a microfilter process that is really expensive. So you can just boil off the ethanol without introducing the moisture and then recollect it later. And I've been getting like an 80% yield back from boiling off the ethanol and recondensing it with just a simple 20 like quid water distiller. Now, the reason I said it was bad is do this outside. Trust me,
It's an
do not do this
explosion
inside.
hazard.
It's designed for 100 degrees and ethanol boils at 80, so you have vaporized isopropyl or ethanol or whatever your cleaning agent is. But it gets a bit worse because when it evaporates initially, you've also got inside the container tons of vaporized resin. And that's the bad thing. Like you're making little cupcake of hardened, overheated, boiled resin. That's toxic. That's bad. That's really bad because you've boiled it and you've cooked it. But when it's
I
vaporized,
am not co-signing this. I'm letting you know there's a much better
no,
way to
no, no.
do it.
This is awful,
No, there's a
but
much
it
better way
is
to
cheap.
there's a much better way. Chris, I forget the chemical. I think it's sodium aluminate.
I don't think that works.
It
I
does.
think it does settle out, but I don't think it gets rid of some of the like the resin activation components.
It
So while you are getting it out, it's not pure.
you don't need pure. You don't need pure. It's fine. Alumina could be. I don't know.
I think it's like an alum or an alumina like powder.
I think it is too. We were going to do a video on it, and then we just kind of decided it wasn't safe enough. Alum powder, yeah, gets a fair
Yeah.
bit, but distilling is the best way. I'm aware that distilling is the best way.
It's so sketchy though.
It's not.
Oh,
Look, alcohol's not that expensive. Go get denatured alcohol. It's just ethanol with poison added to it. That's all that it is. Yes, that's what we do because it will keep you from drinking it.
yep.
The thing that you should actually know, the more problematic part of using alcohol or ethanol to clean resin parts is the smell. It'll make your entire shop smell like you're cooking moonshine. And
Yep.
if you're missing quite a few teeth, it's time to just accept it and move on. But if you do have all of your teeth and you don't live in the back country, be a little careful with this, right? Because those fumes, they will stick around for a while and it's not good for you. Please, please, please do that with ventilation. Yes, as a business, I go buy gallon jugs of ethanol. I'm looking at it. I have a 5-gallon bucket with a screw top lid on it that seals. That's what I use. I put the parts in the bucket. I have on elbow length chemical handling gloves, and I just slosh it all around, right? It gets the job done. But I do it out in my garage, or I do it outside at night, because I can't do it during the day because it's way too much sun. I do it outside at night so that it doesn't make my house smell like a damn distillery. Because I don't
Please
want
do it
that.
outside. Do not do it inside.
Yeah, please don't. And if you
I've
do have
done
to do
it
it inside,
once inside, and it was the worst mistake I've ever done.
yeah,
Just straight up the worst.
I worry about businesses that are doing resin printing, like as a business, if you don't, like if you're using consumer grade resin printers. Resin is like one of those few things where I can say buying the commercial grade resin printers are often worth it
Yep.
because of the ecosystem. Look, we've talked about it here that we like closed source for certain things, but we also really like open source. For resin printing specifically, the Formlabs closed source ecosystem,
It's so good.
it is so good.
It
Formlabs has
justifies itself just on the safety aspects.
they
It
have
doesn't need anything else. It's so good.
they've developed a system that limits your exposure so much. It just makes sense. I get it that it's expensive, but if you're looking at doing resin 3D printing professionally, take a look, because that exposure, I don't know.
It's not worth it.
Yeah,
Resin
is
is one of
toxic,
those
it's not
weird
worth it.
areas where the machine has become so disposably cheap, it makes you assume that the risk factor has gone down with it as well. Where in reality, those resins are the same from your 100 grand machine to your 100 pound machine. The risk is the same, and so is the
Yep.
exposure. In reality, the cheaper ones, you have more exposure because you're buying cheap and they don't have the ecosystem. I'm with you. I'm worried for bigger print farms where there's like banks of resin printers, and a lot of the time they're not looking at the data tech sheets for the safety, because most of the cheaper resins, they don't really have the
They
full
don't. Yeah,
like data set, and you have to be really careful of it.
you do.
Because like if you're around that for too long, like even now, there is not enough data to say what is the long-term exposure of what we've got at the moment, let alone the higher exposure rates of I don't know what you'd call them, like ghetto print farms or something like that, where it is just
No,
the cheaper machines instead of the more expensive.
they're volume printers, right? They're volume
Yeah,
printers rather than value printers,
yeah.
right?
And it does worry me. Like I only run a print farm for resin of, like, you've seen it's like 8 machines.
Yeah.
And that room is already a toxic waste dump. And I do everything in my power to keep
Yep.
it clean.
I
it is
I had 13 here on a shelf, but now I have 2 Elegoo Jupiters, so I only have like 7 on the shelf now, because the Jupiters are so big. Catlin is saying most resin print farms use acetone because the quick dip is all you need. And he knows a guy that runs a 150 printer resin farm. I think it's the same guy. If it is, he's been on the show before, but it's the Atlas guy. I think it's the Atlas guy that does it. Yeah. And F said, do they lock it down just for the fun of it? My guess is not. No, Formlabs does have like really, really good process. Oh, it's not Atlas.
Yeah.
Okay. They have good process and procedures. They have really nice resins. Their stuff is a little more expensive than I think is reasonable, but you can get around their chipped system if you try even mildly hard enough. And I think that like companies like Soraya Tech have done a good job, with resin.
I think Formlabs' resin is also generally safer. They've spent a lot of money on the resins, and they are aware of the risk because it is their job to. Where cheaper manufacturers, where they're making like modeling resin, they don't really care what the safety is because they're putting that safety onto you guys to be aware, where Formlabs has to be aware of all of it.
Like, this is a bottle of the Formlabs castable resin, right? It comes in a sealed container, inside of a sealed container, with a valve on the bottom of it that only goes into Formlabs machines. All of this is what, but this is like a $300 or $400 liter bottle of resin. But, Soraya Tech casting resin is like, what, $60 a liter or something like that? It's not, get back in there, damn it. Good enough. It's not that bad. You can definitely just reuse the bottles and refill it, just whatever. I don't know if it works on the 4 and 4, but it definitely did on the 3. But it is worth it because they're limiting your exposure. So,
yep.
Oh god, apparently
I hate resin. I love resin as much as I hate resin. Just stay safe out there. Seriously, it's not worth the risk.
Yep. 100%. So, what about scrapers?
I'm controversial.
Yep.
I hate them with a passion.
I do too, but I use them every day.
There's two types of scrapers. There's scrapers for resin printers and scrapers for printer printers. Resin printers, I'm okay with them because it keeps you away from the resin, but I hate the ones that they all supply. Even the ones you buy are not good enough. You have to sharpen the edge to make it razor sharp. For regular like FDM printers, you can probably tell where I'm going with razor sharp. I just buy blades on their own. I don't buy the holders. I slide them under if I have to, and then I'll tap them in, and that's normally enough to replace. In reality, if you're scraping a bed, just put a PEI bed on. Like, seriously,
Yeah,
it's not worth it.
I do keep the sharpened putty knives around. So like, I'll go buy I'll buy the medium and the stiff putty knives, and then I'll sharpen them myself. I have punctured my hand more times than I care to admit. So if you're going to do that, you have a high chance of hurting yourself. However, even on parts with PEI plates, I'll often get like where the brim rips off the part and sticks to the plate. Having something there to just clean that off is great. But yes, a PEI flex plate. Dude, that's a freaking tool in and of itself. A PEI flex plate, right? Prusa makes really good smooth plates and satin plates. Not a huge fan of their textured plates. I think they're too shiny. They don't work as well. Yeah. The Honey Badger plates from Fabrico, I adore them so much. They are so good. And then, of course, be remiss if you didn't say the Ember Prototypes plates.
Yes.
Those things
gorgeous.
Are so nice. They're so
you can
nice.
Openly say they are a work of art.
They're a work of art. They're well worth it, especially if you are a business and you are doing print farm work. Like, let's say you're selling dragons on Etsy, right? The easy thing to say, you're selling flexi dragons on Etsy. Use an Ember Prototypes plate with your company logo on it. So then when you're selling the parts, all you have to do is include a business card, and every time they're playing with the part, they flip it over. There's your logo. It's brilliant. Now, Ember is on a break right now. We've had Phil on the show before to talk about, Ember Prototypes and everything like that. But, dude, it is such a cool thing. Like, we have a few here. Yeah. I've got the SMF plates. I've got 3D Musketeers plates. They're so cool. Like, when I'm doing stuff,
honestly amazing.
Oh yeah, no, they're just so freaking cool. I love it. Rara said, do they make sharp plastic scrapers for FDM textured plates? They do, but they don't last. You can get plastic razor blades if you wanted. They don't last. Metal just lasts better.
If you want a plastic scraper for your PEI beds, use the part you've just printed. Seriously, grab the part, scrape it across the bed when you get, and that'll get rid of most of the stuff. Yep. Like, most of the time, that will do it. Just, it keeps your finger oils from the plate.
Yep. And that actually brings me to the next one. Cleaning supplies. Cleaning supplies. Because you don't keep your beds clean. A good tool, I keep a spray bottle full of generic Windex. Some people
can't go wrong with it.
Alcohol to clean their beds, but alcohol doesn't really get rid of the oils on the bed.
No.
Dawn dish soap, like Catlet says, 100% agree, but I just keep a bottle of that by my sink and use it for my dishes too. I really like ammonia-based glass cleaner because ammonia gets rid of oil. I will just, a shot or two on the build plate, wipe it down with a paper towel. I will reuse that paper towel for as many months as I possibly can. And it is so good. Parts stick like a hot damn. I don't care if it's a textured plate, a smooth plate, a satin plate. It doesn't matter. It cleans the plates perfectly. And it is awesome. It is awesome. And it is so cheap. Go get a cheap spray bottle, right? You don't have to get the Windex in the spray bottle. Buy the refill. Go to like the laundry area, like where they sell irons and stuff like that, and buy a spray bottle for $1 and be done with it. It's my preference.
I've started moving over to it because it's your preference. It works. I was, and I still kind of am because I've got stock of it and I will use it up first. I was an isopropyl only person. And then if I'm printing in PLA, I then go to the regular dish soap because the big issue with ISO doesn't get rid of the sugar from the buildups. So the sugar stays behind. And while it does denature the oil, it doesn't get rid of the oil. So when you're wiping, you have to be very cognizant that you have to wipe it off the bed.
Yep.
Otherwise, you're just moving it around, and eventually it just becomes this uniform surface of oil that you can't see to the naked eye, but stops adhesion. Though weirdly, oil can also stop the humidity problem with PEI. So you might want to leave a little bit behind.
So I do have a humidity problem with PEI, but
Ah,
that's probably a dedicated episode of how we deal with different environments. Yeah. So I saw someone mention acetone. Be careful with acetone as it can damage PEI build surfaces. You can use that to your advantage. Sometimes if you need to damage a surface and like renew it or refinish it, you can. However, for me, if you want to refinish a plate, I use melamine foam, otherwise known as the magic eraser, because it will scuff it to like a 5,000 grit level, and it will give you all these nice, just grabby areas on a smooth plate. Dude, magic eraser, and I'll wet sand it with Windex, so I'm using the ammonia glass cleaner to really clean it, and then I'm using the magic eraser or the melamine foam. Go buy melamine foam. Don't go buy the magic erasers. Go buy raw melamine foam. You can buy it on Amazon for next to nothing. And then you use that to basically just wax on, wax off young grasshopper. Go ahead and buff the build plate. And it works so good. Your smooth plates will stick really well after that. So be careful.
if you thought you could print PETG on a smooth plate, you can definitely not do that after you've done this. It is.
Well, you can.
It's basically, well, you can do it once. And then instead of a smooth plate, you've just got a raw metal plate now.
Right.
Uh,
Apparently, a brown
works.
paper
It's
bag
great.
does the same thing. I guess that makes sense. I just keep melamine foam around the house, so it works. Apparently, they're good for laser cutting. I've never used magic erasers for laser cutter stuff.
Oh, I thought you meant the brown paper bag's good for laser cutting.
Nah, you gotta be careful with that. It tends to, burn.
Yeah.
Rob said, what do we recommend for textured plates? Honestly, it's gonna depend.
I think the problem with yours, you're printing an ASA. ASA just doesn't like build plates.
Really?
Yeah. It's the way it shrinks as it cools, it naturally breaks the formation of the surface energy. So it doesn't stick very well.
So don't let it cool.
Well, yeah, if you have a heated chamber,
Yeah, if you have a heated chamber, you're fine. But yeah, the Ember Prototypes plate, I don't know where they're getting their raw PEI coated spring steel from. Something about those plates stick really, really well. Like, really well. Better than most of my texture plates. It seems to be very similar to whatever Fabrico is using for their Honey Badger plates. I've seen some people... Oh, and I have my keys on me today, because I knew we were going to talk about this. I gotta, like, hide my house key in here. Not that it's in great shape anymore. But this is one of the BQ cryo plates.
Oh,
but
it's so cute.
I know! When I got this, I quickly took a photo and sent it to Phil of Ember Prototypes and said, you need to do this, because you'll end up with little scraps, right? Turn them into keychains. It's got the Cryo Grip logo on one side, and on the other side, dude, it's a freaking QR code for the Cryo Grip plates.
I love it.
I don't use keychains, right? I have this as a keychain. I have Ear Pro in here. And then I have like, be very careful not to show my keys. I have an Olight Eye Mini 2, which is a on-off little tiny USB rechargeable flashlight. Those are my, like, things that aren't keys on my keychain. And I love that little build plate. It is just the most adorable thing. I have heard mixed reviews on those particular plates. I don't have one to try out. I really like the blue. I'm not going to lie. I just really like the color.
I like that. It's different.
It's different.
It looks great. It's like, it's just not generic black.
Yeah.
But I'm a sucker for just weird industrial coloring, so.
Me too. I am. right? Like, I like different color plates. Blue is a really nice color. And apparently, according to Heartforged Solutions, the cryo plate does not work well on PETG. He was the one that had mentioned that it didn't work well on PETG in our Discord. He wasted money there. For what machine? I might be willing to buy it off of you and learn a little bit, but I could probably just ask Luke for some.
I am
Nonetheless,
interested
it's cool.
if it was QC because it's a new product and it does take a while to find weird manufacturing oversights. Like, not saying it's like an intentional thing because it definitely isn't, but it could just be like, oh, the process of the moving steel could inhibit the adhesion of whatever surface they're putting on. Like, it could be little things. So it could just be a bad batch. Bad, like you got a lemon by accident, and that happens. We've had them.
Well,
It just happens.
the other thing is that a lot of times these plates don't come properly cleaned from the manufacturer.
Mm.
So you have to really take your time to clean them. And I know Heartforged Solutions know this. So I don't, it could be a QC thing. I'm not certain. We'll see. Oh, they state that it's for PLA. But often PLA and PETG will stick to the same thing. I don't know. I haven't messed with it yet because honestly, I like the plates that we have. Hilariously, the Cheaty, the +4 build plate is really good. Its textured PEI is good. But I think that goes into the not all build plates are created equal problem. Right? They're just not. So, I don't know. Something to point out there. But cleaners, definitely good to have different, various cleaners. Dish soap, ammonia-based glass cleaner. Apparently, Marcel said, could you make your own ammoniac-based cleaner? And saying that all of them have got many crap additives. For some reason, the generic Windex works really well for me. In fact, it leaves behind something that keeps PETG from welding to smooth plates. So,
If you're worried about the additives, go to a chemist shop instead, because they will normally sell much cleaner cuts of pretty much anything you can imagine. Industrially, they will be using this sort of stuff to clean a lot of their cookware. So you want to make sure that. Stop laughing at that. I know what you thought about.
No, I'm laughing at a comment. Don't worry.
Oh, I thought you were laughing at the definitely not really bad Breaking Bad reference.
No. I got that. I was letting it go. Don't worry.
Oh, but yeah, go like chemistry, like just like massive wholesalers.
Yep.
They'll be buying this by the gallon drums. So go there. They'll normally get you a cleaner cut, and a lot of them are quite happy to like deal with smaller like people, just like buying one-offs. It's just they don't market very well.
No.
And the supermarket is very easy to get to.
BVV.com is often who I use for chemicals, but now I buy raw, pure chemicals. And as Duff says, do not use liquid ammonia on its own. Do not do that. That is dangerous. You're going to hurt yourself. Don't be stupid, right? Either mix it yourself and know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, go buy it off the shelf. If you do know what you're doing, you don't need us to talk about how to clean your build plate. You already know how to do it, right? Since we're on the topic of build plates, we'll go into adhesives, right?
Yep.
Most people think that glue is a build plate adhesive, an adhesion promoter. It is not. It's an adhesion inhibitor. You use it to create a bit of a difference between the thing that the material will weld to and your part. I just say get a new build plate. I hate adding glue. I hate adding glue.
Yeah.
I will say I've used hairspray in a pinch. Because I can just hold the plate, and I'm done, and I can get a nice even coating on it. But I don't do that much anymore because I found that sanding the plates with the magic eraser does a much better job at promoting adhesion than any adhesion promoter that I could have. Mind you, I got a bottle of this stuff here, the nanopolymer.
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, the nanopolymer adhesive. I've yet to try it because I've yet to need it. So that's where I'm at with this. It's still a brand new bottle. I want to try it on my XL and see if I can do some more high temp materials on the XL. But I deal with humidity being more of a problem than anything else, and there's no easy way to solve humidity issues other than dehumidifying. So, yeah. We'll see.
I'd say for me, the one that I swear by, and now not many people are going to need this because it's a Magigu's polypropylene stuff, like Magigu polypropylene. Oh, it makes printing PP easy. PP. But it makes printing it easy. And it's a really nice material to print if you can get it to stick to a build plate. And that, to be fair, the guys from Magigu are great.
Magigu does make good stuff. It is tougher to get here in the States just because it's not made here, and it is difficult to ship in stuff like that. And it's also quite expensive. So I think Vision Miner tends to be more popular here in the States, but I think it's good to use it all and to have all of it laying around, right? Like, I've even used glue stick, but I have a nail polish bottle. It's a big one, but of glue stick and water mixture. So it's a PVA and water mixture, and I can just paint the build plate. And if for some reason that dries up and I'm stupid and don't forget to add more water to it, I just like glue stick half a bed, get a wet paper towel, and then just wax on, wax off the whole. So I have a printer with a glass bed still. I don't use it much anymore, but that's what that's how we would treat that bed. We'd put glue stick on like half the bed, wet paper towel, and then just Mr. Miyagi the whole bed. So it was like an even, clean coating of glue. I don't miss those days at all. I don't miss those days.
To be fair, nowadays, I just don't use adhesives. The only material I struggle with, ASA. And that's just, it doesn't like to stick to much. Obviously, polypropylene, because it hates you. And they're really the only two. Like, everything else either sticks fine with a clean build plate, sticks too well. And actually, yeah, I'd say that's it. Like,
if you want
ASA and PP, that's it.
If you want polypropylene to stick well to a build plate, put packing tape on it.
Yeah, but cleaning the build plate afterwards is awful.
So
you get a little bit of like adhesive residue left over.
No, there's a trick to this.
And you have to clean the underside of the print because the packing tape fuses to the polypropylene, which is like, so you have to use a raft then, and it's like, oh.
So you buy a raw steel build plate with nothing on it, and instead of using blue tape or a PEI sticker, you use packing tape, a polypropylene sticker. And if it is completely raw steel, right, you just wash it with acetone, and it just removes.
Wait, does that work?
Yeah. Yep. Because it removes the adhesive on the packing tape.
Oh, I need to strip one of my PEI plates now back to the steel.
No, go buy a cheap PEI plate that only has it on one side. That's what I did.
Nothing's cheaper than an already damaged PEI plate.
Okay, yeah, if it's already don't destroy a good PEI plate for this. Go destroy a bad one. I just blew Jacob's mind.
You did. Look, I didn't know acetone got rid of it. I've been like trying for ages.
Look, if acetone doesn't do it, brake fluid probably does. Right? Like there are so many chemicals that are just like, yeah, this probably, erases it. Gasoline is another great one for just.
Yep, I've used that.
It's an all-around decent solvent. The problem with gasoline is that it's petroleum-based and it leaves behind a lot of residue. Fire tends to get rid of that, but that's frowned upon in a business.
It's thermal cleaning at that stage. Just give it a fancy name and nobody cares.
Thermal cleaning. Yeah.
Just don't do it in the car park.
David Connor Shover with the $5. Thank you very much for supporting the fact that these streams are coming to the fine 139 people strong, a completely ad-free. And hey, like the stream while you're at it, and enter to win some printed solid filament. And hey, if you do want to get some of the UK's best 3D printers ever, and currently the UK's fastest and the first true bamboo printer, you can head over to construct-3d.com. Links are in that description, where you can take a look at Construct 3D and all their awesome 3D printers that they're selling, and then you can convince Jacob that he needs to get the Construct 2 running a lot faster so we can actually start to buy them, because that's what we want.
I'm already working on the website. I have the web portal open up there, and I'm laying out where it goes, because I didn't realize how much I have to actually change on the website to add a new product. Adding the product's easy, but the entire website layout was for one product. So now adding two in two sectors, I now need to differentiate it. I have to have a landing page that isn't just the printer. So I now have to like figure out the flow and the UX. The UI can go somewhere else. That's not my problem anymore. But the UX is the big one. So I'm working on it slowly.
You're fair. That's fine.
Hopefully 2 weeks.
Before
Hopefully.
we move too far away from build plate stuff, this DD or this thesis, this is DD said seriously though, just print a first layer of PLA. John Tech showed this off in a video where you just print a first layer of PLA and then it's ASA or ABS or whatever on top of it, and it works great. It'll warp considerably less. I have not yet tried it, but my Prusa XL is itching for an ASA job for us to actually try it for fun. So, you know.
Staying on the topic of build plates, here's a really cheap one that mostly it's for bigger format, as most printers are getting bigger format. Binder clips.
Yep.
Because when you're printing big, so let's say PETG, and it starts to shrink,
It'll warp.
it's going to warp away with the bed from the magnetic sheet. And just putting those binder clips around the edge, they'll keep it down. It's why like Stratasys use the vacuum beds, because they don't need to worry about it, because it just sucks everything down.
Yep.
But binder clip, like they're so cheap, you can get them from any hardware store, you can get them from any stationery store. They're nice. Personally, I might consider printing some out of like a glass fiber material.
Just buy them.
Because then if you hit them with your nozzle, you're more likely to damage the clip than the nozzle. Because I'd rather not replace a 50 quid hot end than a 10 pence cheaply printed
don't run
like
into
fake binder clip.
Your binder clips. I love how we got away from binder clips and now we're getting back into them because the build plates are getting so big. Yeah.
Well, this is one thing I want to do. Now, comment below if you want me to turn this into a video with Grant doing some research on it.
Oh, I'm worried.
But with all using aluminium cored beds, steel will double the magnetic strength of a PEI sheet. Because it reflects the magnetic pad upwards. It doesn't.
Your build plates aren't solid steel?
No, our build plates are aluminium. Now, our first prototypes were in steel. We were actually using 1 mil thick steel.
I'm thinking of the bed, right? The spring steel.
Oh no, the spring steel is still spring steel.
Yeah.
Underneath the magnetic sticker.
Yeah,
we're using aluminium beds. We did use steel beds for a time. They were heavy. That was the only real downside, is they're very heavy. Like we had a 2 mil thick steel bed. It weighed the same as a 5 mil thick aluminium bed. But the magnetic sheet, when you put it on, it clicks down. It is so rigidly done. So I'm interested to see if we might start seeing more prints, especially as they get bigger, reinforce the motors for the Z, but then put steel beds in, because it does mean that pad does not warp.
Or they're going to do like what Mandala Roseworks does, and Chris mentioned Mandala. They embed big ass magnets into their aluminium sheets, like big. Now they're you're talking like,
I do worry about that though.
Oh,
it affects some of the scanning probes though.
It can. Yeah, like the eddy current beds can absolutely be damaged by it.
Inductive can't work with it because you can see a very small difference.
Yeah, and beacons do get angry. So, yeah, Kisker electromagnetic heat beds. Oh, that would only work to a certain point because you're gonna lose magnetism with the electromagnet as it gets hotter. Yeah. So you'd have to. I'm not going down this rabbit hole. I am moving on from this. Write that down as a potential like idea for something. I don't know what the hell, but that's a dangerous idea. That's a dangerous idea. Cool, but dangerous. All right, so we talked about build plates, talked about adhesion, inhibitors, and promoters, talked about cleaning those build plates. Another good tool is a dedicated set of cheap sockets.
Yes.
Like a ratchet. Specifically one with a T-handle on it. That's great for changing out nozzles.
Oh.
Right?
Nah, I'm against that. Torque wrenches for nozzles. always a torque wrench.
To take them off. To take them off.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
For putting them on, fine. Go get a tiny torque wrench. I definitely use torque wrenches for my nozzles, because otherwise that would be irresponsible of me.
But there's a difference. You have probably swapped out more nozzles than somebody will ever do in their entire lives.
Yeah, I've been
And
doing
that's
it
the
long
big-
enough.
You get used to it. Like, I have a torque wrench for every nozzle to make sure it's clicked in right. But when I'm doing it for myself, I know what that feels like. I've done it so many times. I know exactly what half a Newton meter is. But yeah, torque wrench for putting it in every time. And then if it's us, just... But nozzles are getting expensive. I wouldn't risk it for a lot of people. Like, if you've not done 20 or 30 nozzle changes, invest in a cheap torque wrench, and then don't worry about, like, stripping a nozzle. Because these nozzles are getting... I'm not going to say scary expensive. They're respectfully priced for the quality you're getting nowadays.
Well, it's interesting,
and you don't want to cry.
A lot of companies are moving more to like the bamboo style, where you can't replace the nozzle, you replace the whole damn hot end, which is okay, arguably so much better. It really, like, this is the plus for hot end, where you can replace the whole hot end with 2 screws, or you can unscrew the nozzle. Arguably, I really like the bamboo style better. I do. They got that part of user serviceability down. The A1 is even better, where it's just like behind a cage where you don't need tools for it. Assuming it doesn't fail. If it fails, obviously that's an issue. But like this 2-screw method to keeping a hot end in is better. But I would say if you have nozzles that are replaceable, have a dedicated set of tools. If you have more than, I don't know, 2 racks worth of printers, keep 2 sets, right? Yep. So for us, every 2 racks of printers has its own dedicated set of tools, and it sits in between the 2 racks, right? So at the support shelf there's the IKEA Veskin carts are underneath. On the top shelf of that Veskin cart is all the tools, when I remember to put them away, for the machines. And when we have more, it'll be again further down. That way you don't have to walk very far, because ultimately the biggest problem in a business is time.
Yep.
As a user, the average user's not going to have maybe more than 3 or 4 printers, right? If you're watching this and just like, looking over at your collection, you've made it 1 hour and 17 minutes deep into a podcast about this. You weren't normal to begin with. Okay. I'm sorry, you're special, and we love you, and that's why you should like the video. But I do believe that good nozzles are worth it. I believe that good tools are worth it. You don't have to get the nicest set of sockets, but have a good torque wrench. If you're going to torque your nozzles down, get a good torque wrench, one that's reliable. That's good. But then otherwise, you don't need the nice set of sockets, right? Get a good set of ball and hex keys, though.
Oh, I was actually going to bring that up.
Yep.
Hex keys. Yep. Get one cheap set that you don't mind abusing, and get one nice set.
Like a
specifically a ball one. Like, Wera. The color coding, it's gorgeous.
Yes, the color coding. So good.
But it's also the fact that because it's a nice ball and it's correctly made, it fits a lot of the heads better than people expect. I've had regular not ball end, just hex keys that will strip very easily. Went to Wera, and bear in mind, it's a ball, so there's less contact area, never strips them.
Yep.
Because they're designed correctly. And you can go in it up to like a 50-degree angle. So even in some of the most awkward areas, you can get them in. Get 2 sets. Yep. Dirt cheap, you don't mind abusing. Get a really nice one, because they will last you an entire lifetime. They never really wear out. And then probably, and now this is an optional one, get another cheap set, but cut one of the sides off, so you're only left with the shaft, and then you can put it in a drill. And it's a long reach drill version for the really stupidly long bolts that take 15 years to undo by hand.
I like that. But don't try to cut it with your flush cutters, because it won't work. Cut it with an angle grinder. Or a hacksaw.
If you cut it with your flush cutters, that's how they turn into flesh cutters.
and how you end up with a single bladed flush cutter because it
Yep.
broke the blade off. Yeah, and if you want, nail polish is a great way to color code your crappy and cheap ones. You can do that, and I will often super glue teeny. I have them up here, teeny tiny little magnets to them, so I can stick them to the steel shelves. That way, I lose them considerably less often.
You know, there's a really easy way to do that, and you don't need to put the magnets on it.
You
Get
just
print a jig. So you've got like one block of magnets above and below.
uh-huh.
Take the part and
Oh, and
drag it
just
through. It
yeah.
aligns. It just like changes the alignment of the metal atoms slightly, and then it magnetizes it. Or buy a £5 magnetizer.
That works too.
The Sony, I love them.
Gustavo Solano. I hope I got that right. I know I got the first name right. Said, what torque wrench do you recommend then? Brands. So that's going to depend on where you are. But there will be some like good brands overall. Jacob, what torque wrench do you guys use?
So we use two.
Mhm.
One is Slice Engineering's 1.5 Newton meter one. It's great for 99% of nozzles. It's not good for copper-based bimetallic nozzles because the copper is just a bit too soft.
Really
You only
soft.
really want to go to 1 Newton meter. So we do have a couple of printed torque wrenches, which we use every now and again. But in reality, I use the 1.5 Newton meters and then I just don't do it so it clicks and then it's roughly about 1 Newton meter. But I do recommend the Slice one for 3D printers in general. If not, just go main brand. You just need to guarantee that it's not a random like clone of something where the number doesn't relate to what you're doing. And for reference, when you're doing torque wrenches, doing that constantly will give you a false read. You have to do it slowly and then let it click. If you're trying to like if it's a big like ratchet one and you're like crushing it down, that crush point to try and get it to move will give you a false read. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, using a torque wrench is a bit of an art as it is a bit of a science. So take a little caution there. If you're in the States, the YouTube channel Torque Test channel is a great
Oh,
channel. They do a great job of testing and providing you that data. I'm sure they have multiple videos all about torque wrenches. Project Farm has done some as well. Ultimately, even the cheap ones are going to get you close enough for most torque applications, but because these torque applications are so low, you do want to get something that is reasonably high accuracy and spend more money doing it because you want to make sure you do it right. Because you know what really sucks? Stripping out a heat block. You know what sucks even more? Stripping out a head to a motor from a spark plug. Don't ask me how I know this. Not going to get into that today, but yeah, spend good money on good tools, especially when it comes to torque wrenches, right? You can really screw those up. I see you have a friend here from Malta, cryptic code saying hello from Malta, which reminds me we have to do a couple of shout outs. Do we need to
yes.
alert the fact that we're doing the shout outs to the people that are getting the shout outs?
Nah.
All right. Well, then
They're gonna have to find out the hard way.
time coded about 24 minutes deep. Who are we shouting out?
So we're shouting out Adam and Victor, who are students of my mother, who have found out that I am on this live stream and were begging her for a good 15 minutes when they should have been listening to their teacher telling them what to do to get a shout out on this video. So hi Adam, hi Victor.
That does
I
not
hope you're
mean to
enjoying
continue asking for it. You should pay attention, get good grades and stuff. But hi. Yeah, your mom told me about it last week when we were chatting, and it was just one of those. Oh yeah, send the names over. We'll shout them out in the episode so they can freak out a little bit. It's always fun to do that, you know. Anyways, so let's what do you think? What should we dig into next? You want to do hand tools? You want to do more hand tool stuff?
I think hand tools. So I know for me, There's one tool that has actually massively changed the entire factory,
I know what it is.
and
Go ahead.
it's straight up the LTT screwdriver.
LTTstore.com.
Every time. I love it to bits. Like I literally, oh, leaning over. I always carry one with me
Oh, it's the Noctua edition
wherever
too.
I go.
Fancy.
They upgraded me to the Noctua edition. I didn't even order the Noctua edition.
Oh, look at you.
I wanted one of the bargain basement ones. These were sold out. Somebody there must have like really, really either got in trouble for sending me this or knows who I am, and I can't tell. But if you did, thank you. I love this. This is now my favorite. It replaced the one in my bag with this one. But no, like my dad has one now. The factory has 2 spares. Anyone that comes to work in the factory will get an LTT screwdriver. Before we got it, it was just a screwdriver. I got my first one the moment we got it. We instantly upgraded, improved our factory's productivity by 40%. We went from building one machine every 3.5 days to almost one machine every day, just because the screwdriver was so much better.
Having a good screwdriver goes a long way. And while I don't own an LTT screwdriver, Amber's brother has one, and dude, it is nice. I'm gonna wait till their next like random bargain sale and grab one there, because they are bloody expensive. They're like $50 or $60 for a screwdriver, and you don't have to get it. It is well worth it if you use a screwdriver every single day. However, a general like jeweler style set of screwdrivers is easily well worth it. I like the multi-bit ones that are, you could buy them in kits, right? Like an iFixit kit worth of screwdrivers.
Yep.
You can get the generic ones. You don't have to get the name brand. Again, buy what you can afford and then put it on a wish list for a family member or significant other, right? Let them get you the upgrade. And that, because it makes gift giving really easy. Like, you know, a $40 screwdriver is expensive, but a $40 gift for somebody else that will go to making their productivity and their life a lot better, totally worth it, right?
100%.
It's easy for us to often spend money on others than it is to spend money on ourselves, but I'm not going to get into that whole position of problems there. Yeah, and you know, the Manta from iFixit is good. I do like iFixit kits personally. I really like how their parts trays tend to be magnetic. LTT has their own precision screwdriver kit as well, where the lid is magnetic, so you have a little magnetic parts tray. And I guess they have a really nice ball bearing on the precision screwdriver, so you can turn it in your wrist.
Yep.
Do make sure that if you are getting one of these precision screwdrivers, that it has some sort of like spinning apparatus that can touch your palm, so you can spin it in your fingers without having to move your entire wrist. That's how you get RSI, or repetitive strain injury. You want to just move your fingers, because often when you're using a tiny little screwdriver, you don't need to put a ton of torque on it. If you do, you get a bigger screwdriver. But yeah, dude, a good set of screwdrivers.
Screwdrivers are amazing.
They go so far. You know, one with a good back, you know, with a very low back drag. LTT one is great because it stores all the bits in the handle. You know, it's covered.
I don't even care about that. The main reason, it's the ratchet.
Yeah,
it's
the ratchet
so
is really nice.
Low to back drive for printers, especially because they're not cranking those bolts down. That's what made it worth it. It's so easy to quickly pull bolts in and out, because if you go with a cheaper one, you will get RSI very quickly. At least in my case, where we're building printers and we're putting in 600 bolts.
Yeah.
The time and the effort and that wrist damage is not worth it. And unfortunately, we can't use power tools for building these printers because it's the tolerance control. When you go to a power tool, you lose a lot of that tolerance control because you're just assuming it does it every time. And you do need to feel every thread to make sure like it's torqued down right to stop any warpage. So for printers, I will always recommend an LTT. I love them to bits. Absolutely adore it.
Prusa uses Metabo. They use Metabo.
Are they the powered ones?
Yes. Powered electric screwdrivers. And they have them set to different torque values. So you never change the torque value. If you need a higher
Hmm.
torque, you get a different one. You get one that's set to a higher torque level. It seems to work well for them, for reference. Um, you know, and as Catla says, you can get pneumatic torque limited wrenches. That is available, but
Yep.
you know
Normally
what?
they don't go low enough for a lot of things. They normally like cap it like 3 or 5 Newton meters. Preferably, I want to go down to about 1 for certain components. Like if you're doing M3 bolts, technically they're only rated for like 1.8 Newton meters,
Mhm.
which is not a lot. But you can triple that. We've tested every single one. You triple that, you buy a better grade of bolt. But if you want to go with the official spec, they don't go low enough. That's
Yeah.
the main issue. Like we need precision.
Yep. I've got and electric screwdrivers in general. I will recommend them. I understand that for high precision applications, it's not all that necessary. However, for the average Voron builder, an electric screwdriver will get it. And I set the torque real low. So you can use a power
Mm.
drill, set it to like a 1 level torque, and it will barely tighten anything. And then you go back and torque everything down. But especially like on live streams when I'm building machines, I have a little like crappy, it was like $10 electric tiny pencil screwdriver thing. And it's great because it keeps me from getting the RSI of turning an
Mm.
Allen key. And that is incredibly valuable. And as Nathan Chu said, does screwdriver replace Allen wrenches? In some cases, it can. You can
Yep.
get the right bits. Hilariously, I don't often see ball end bits for screwdrivers. I only
Actually, now
see
you say it, yeah.
yeah, I don't often see it. That'd be a nice thing to see. But I think that's why I often keep the ball ends around because they're really you don't have to be dead on to make it work. You can get wobblers and things like that for electric screwdrivers, but eh. I know Chris really likes his wow sticks and there's plenty of options out there. Just make sure it doesn't over torque the bolts, I've got a little
Yep.
skill 4-volt handheld, looks like a little tiny power drill that my dad got me, and it's crazy useful for stuff around the house, for building machines, because it doesn't have a ton of torque. You want something hilariously with low torque. High speed is
Mm.
fine, but you want low torque.
And I will say, with your buying power tools, especially when you're making machinery, make sure when it goes over the torque, it can slip. It
Yep.
doesn't bind because then you will rip that tool out and you can really hurt yourself. We used to use on like when we were prototyping to determine do we stick with screwdrivers or not. We used to use like 9-volt little handheld self-charging ones, but they didn't have a clutch.
Yep.
So the moment they bottomed out, it ripped itself out your hand, and we actually hurt ourselves quite a lot of times. So just be careful with them. If they've got a clutch, go ham. But yeah, just be a bit careful.
Please, because you don't want to end up. You got a lot of bones in your hand and wrist, and they all suck if you break them.
Yeah.
Deburring tools. We see that mentioned quite a bit in here. Here, I've got one here. I've got one up here. Deburring tools, deburring tools, deburring tools, deburring tools. They're amazing and I love them. And you're gonna
I'm
tell
gonna
me
be
something
controversial.
else.
I hate them.
I know. What do
They're
you
too
prefer?
aggressive for prints. They're good for metal, don't get me wrong, but for prints, I find they're way too aggressive.
Maybe you're just too aggressive with the tool.
Oh, I'm a massive tool and I'm definitely aggressive, but that's a different
And
thing.
see, that's you kind of just learn that level of force that you need. So I like the bigger one. Like this is a plastic one with a metal blade. This is an all metal one with a metal blade. I
That's
like
the one I've got.
the
I've
all
got the
metal
metal
one.
one. Yep.
I don't like this one.
Ah, maybe I just have the wrong tool. Why don't you like it?
This one has a larger grip, so it's easier. I don't have tiny hands, and I don't know. This one doesn't give me the control that I feel like this one does, but it's
Okay.
also heavier, so you're more inclined to put more force into it because it weighs a ton. So it sits up here. It's my backup to this. And
See, I find when I'm trying to scrape, I overbite and then I
Uh-huh.
start taking chunks out. And that's what I don't like about them. I would rather buy scrape cards because then you can't do that.
That's fair. Scrape cards are great. They're just pieces of spring steel
Yeah,
for the most
they're
part.
so cheap to get.
But if I'm doing something really, really light, I put my finger on the back edge of the deburring
Ooh.
tool so it doesn't turn.
I never considered that.
It's the turning is the issue, right? When the blade turns, it changes its angle of attack, and that's when it starts to dig in. If I put my finger back there, it doesn't let it move as much, and I can take a much smaller cut.
I've been using these wrong the entire
And
time, then.
that's why because these plastic ones, they have that beveled edge, and it just kind of fits my finger, so I can just do that. Look, this is very much a skill that takes time to figure out. And you might say, F it, I like scrape cards. And that's fine. Try both. There's no reason. You will find uses for all of these tools outside of regular 3D printing use cases, right? You know, but please make sure if you're getting a deburring tool, the damn blades are replaceable. They're cheap, they're ubiquitous, and you can... CNC Kitchen makes some that don't have this nubbin on the end. It goes out to something a little bit more sharp, and those tend to be better. They also make a left-handed variant that is designed for lefties.
Wait, they're not ambidextrous?
No, look at the actual blade. The blades are not ambidextrous.
I thought they were just cut the same on both sides.
No, they're not. No. So for mine, it's a flat grind on the back edge, and it has the actual edge grind on one side. So these are designed to be used in one direction. Now you're upset because you thought I was pulling your leg with a left-handed
I thought you were
tool. And no, there are left and right-handed deburring tools.
I hate this cursed knowledge that I now can never unlearn.
Yeah. And as this is DD says, if you use it the wrong way, it bites hard. So you sure you're not using it the wrong way?
Oh, please don't tell me I have a left-handed tool by accident.
No.
So I do use them both ways, though.
Yeah, you can't use them.
Ambidextrous.
You can't. Yeah, so you either always have to pull or always have to push, and that will depend. So it's left-handed, right-handed is depending on the pull direction. It's counterclockwise versus clockwise for left versus right. Yeah, you'll feel the difference. Like, try deburring a hole and going in one direction and then doing another hole and going the other direction. You're like, oh, damn it.
Oh, I'm going to have to print some test jigs now.
Yep. F said left-handed are rare. CNC Kitchen makes them. I do prefer the CNC Kitchen blades. They're more expensive, but if you have the money, again, get a cheap regular one for yourself. Put the CNC Kitchen one on a wish list, right? Super simple. One that Chris recommended in the Discord this morning, reamers.
Yeah.
For holes. So you can just ream out your holes to be the perfect diameter. I've never done that before. And
I do the lazy way of drilling holes to set sizes, but a reamer, I kind of like that. I do like that.
It's one of those, it's like, man, that's stupid, but it's brilliant at the same time. And they're cheap. They're like $2 a piece off of AliExpress, and I love them. I
really never considered that. I think I might have to buy myself a set now.
I've got a set that I've got into a cart. I'm gonna make sure that my cart is cheaper than just buying them all together as a set from somewhere. And then you want flat bottomed reamers, hand reamers specifically, but 17-piece set is like $60. Catlet says on AliExpress, and like, makes your holes perfect. Some people would say that you should look at getting taps and dies for 3D prints. I say send it. Just send it with the bolt, you know.
Look, there is one way. If you want a thread in your part, either make the hole slightly smaller and self-tap, or just model the thread in. And now here's the key trick. Add a rectangle over the drawing and just cut it all the way down. So you've got 2 cups of thread and then a gap. And then when you do that, it allows the thread to squeeze around the bolt. And it means if it's badly printed, it will still thread perfectly.
Huh.
Yeah. It's a really cheap way, because otherwise, if it's too small and you try to do it, and it'll crack or it'll just jam. But if you literally you just draw your circle
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
yeah.
draw a rectangle, extrude it down, put the threads on both sides, and you've got this lovely cut. It just makes it so much nicer. And you also don't get a start and end point because it ends in the rectangle, not in the thread. So it's again even nicer.
I hadn't thought about that. If you are gonna 3D print the threads, make sure you give yourself some tolerance. Same thing with the holes. Um, you know, that's a big one, right? Make sure, and like often if I want a bolt to go in and thread itself, I make the hole the correct diameter, and I don't add like 0.1 or 0.15 to
Yep.
it, and it tends to thread just fine. For that, I use a it's high grade as I can find bolt, and I chuck it into my drill. I just go pop pop, and I'm like hard tapping the hole, right, with the drill. Like I'm just forcing it to go in. When it bottoms out, I stop, right, and
Do you leave it to bottom out and then let it cool down?
no, I know you
Oh,
should. I don't.
let it cool down, because it will solidify around the bolt, giving a perfect mate. Then you pull it out.
Yeah, I don't. I just don't. You know, like I don't even use like, and we could go into heat sets, right? Like I don't even use like the proper heat sets most of the time. I use the ones for woodworking that screw in,
Yeah, I really like them.
and then I torch the ever loving hell out of them, and then I screw them into the part, so they
That
do not pull out. They just never pull out. Uh,
And I
and
will say, heat set inserts are a very nice tool. If you
God,
need
they're so
something
good.
repeatedly going in and out, don't look at the hand motion, but repeatedly going in and out, it's really good. So we've just got like a customer that we're working with where they're
Yeah.
making little robot toys for education, where they want the kids to be stripping them and putting them back together. And they were using self-tap screws into
Oh
like
no.
injection molded nylon.
Threaded
And it
inserts.
works, but up to like 50 times, then they can never use it again. Threaded insert every way. It's great for that. And it does give like this weird sense of like professionalism, just having that little bit of brass inside a print. It does look great. We've actually got an industrial company that is printing light fixtures for LED lamps for shopping malls and shopping centers and McDonald's and everything. They look fantastic, and they're putting heat set inserts in. So there's a time and a place for them.
Yep.
But most of the time, if it's for you and you're only going to do it like 10 or 20 times, just do the plastic hole.
Yep.
It'll work fine.
I agree. I say have heat sets on hand. Again, CNC Kitchen makes ones that are lead free, that are designed for 3D printing. So, you know, again, spend the money where you can. If not, go get the cheap set. A lot of people say use a pine sill. We'll get into soldering irons here in just a second, but a lot of people say use a pine sill for your, you know, for like adding heat sets. Dude, I say go get the cheapest soldering iron you can, put the heat set tool on it for heat set inserts, and never take it off. I have a dedicated iron for heat sets. It was like $6. I think the actual bit thing for the heat sets cost more than the freaking soldering iron itself. And it's like, yeah, have a dedicated one. A lot of people like those press kits, those, they're like rigid tapping arms, but
Yep.
for heat sets. Uh, there's a bunch of them. You can go find them all over the
I have
place.
2 now from Vector 3D. They are very high quality. Love them to bits.
Yeah. For what
I
you
don't
guys
use them
do,
that
totally
much.
worth it.
I don't actually use them that much though,
Really?
because a lot of the things we end up using them for are organic shapes,
Mm.
where you don't need the up and down putting them in. And the one time we did need it for the parts we make for our cages, we got rid of the insert completely and we put a solid hex bolt, like a hex nut, all the way through, and we push stamped it in so it's mated throughout the entire part. So, but no, I love it to bits, and there is a time and a place for it. If you're doing repetitive
Yeah.
stuff that needs inserts, oh my god, it's so nice, especially since you can set the correct depth and you never have to go over. Oh, here's another one for your cheap soldering iron. Now, I think CNC Kitchen might sell this, but I've only seen it in person with that industrial company that makes the lights, where their soldering iron is on a stamp thing like Vector 3Ds, but
Yeah,
they
yeah.
made it themselves. uh, they have an oversized insert on the soldering iron. So when it goes in, it also melts the surroundings of the insert, making sure it is a perfectly flat surface so nothing bubbled up and
On
around.
the top.
And
Ooh, I
that was
like
neat.
that.
I really liked that.
Mine does not have that. It probably could if I did a little bit of work. But I do like that. Yeah, so it's even more professional. Like, if you're going to build a Voron, you don't need the heat set press. If you want one, do it. But you definitely want a heat set tool. You don't just want to use a regular, like tip of a soldering iron. You want to do like the right thing. You don't have to get the expensive one. CNC Kitchen makes the actual bits for the pine sill. So you just like pull it out and replace it, and that's so nice.
They are so
However,
nice.
it's expensive. So, it's worth it, I think. I still use the cheap one because I just don't do heat sets enough here. But we do urge customers to use heat sets. Like, you'll see, so like when you see us out and filming, this is one of the sample parts that when we were designing it, it's a collar that goes around the monopod that we use, and it has the screw-in heat sets, the big ones. This is for quarter 20 for tripod
That
mount.
looks amazing.
The only
That
issue
actually
with it
does look
is
amazing.
the threads start deep. The threads start like deep in there. Let me see when the threads start. The threads start 3 millimeters in. So if your bolt isn't at least 6 millimeters long, it doesn't grab this. But the PETG part will fail before the heat set does. And because the PETG part is solid, they don't break. And we've traveled with it for years now, and it runs great. And we designed in areas for strands of TPU filament to go in, so it clamps evenly around the actual monopod and doesn't crack the carbon fiber that it is made out of. But yeah, I like the woodworking ones if you have the space for it. If you don't have the space for it, obviously it doesn't make sense. But if you have the space, use bigger ones, because I would bet...
They last.
Oh yeah, you won't pull it out. Yeah, you won't pull it out at all.
Also, they look so professional.
They do.
They just elevate it. It's like if you laser engrave onto the side of a print, you put an insert into a side of a print. If you're doing anything professionally that you're selling, it's such a cheap way to triple the effective quality of what you've done.
Yep.
And it just looks great.
I have to agree. The way things look often exude the quality that it comes with, right? And that is, especially if you're a business, that is part of the deal. You want your thing to look the price point that you're selling it for, because otherwise you're going to struggle trying to sell it, because no one's going to buy it, because it doesn't have the quality that they look for. It's that perception of quality here that actually matters. Quality and calipers. I've got a 150 here. You had a 300. I think a 150 and I have a 300 above my desk. A 150 to 300. By and large, a 150 millimeter or a 6-inch caliper is great.
Yep.
Buy them cheap. Look,
not too cheap. Don't get the plastic ones.
No,
that's the main thing.
Yeah, get the metal ones.
If these are plastic, don't buy it.
No.
And the worst thing is, they're normally the same price. For $10, you can get a metal set or a plastic set. Get the metal. They're all the same. Literally, all they work is underneath this is a small copper strip, and they're just measuring the capacitance of the strip. There's no technology involved. It's a small battery. It will last you ages, and they're so solid. Now, this one I've got here is 180 quid. I'm not going to recommend this to anyone. Like, I bought this because I needed to guarantee for one particular job it was accurate. I bought this. I also bought a 15 quid one. Same length, 300 mil. It's exactly the same. We checked them against each other. Even like the components on the inside, identical. Because there's not much high tech. Now, I will say, I do have a 6-inch Michioyo ones. They are built different. How do you say that? Michioyo?
I say Mitutoyu.
Is it that? I don't know. I'm awful at pronouncing things.
It's
The good
Japanese, so
brand,
I'm
the
not.
good Japanese brand.
Yeah, look, though, and those come with certificates of calibration.
Yep. This one did, but it's built so much better. So the main difference between the proper like 200 pound, like 6 inches, anything from Japan is this one has a copper strip and it measures that, but it can technically lose its accuracy as the battery dies, as well as it like if you start it here, it will just say that's 0.
Yep.
The Michioto ones, they are
Mitutoyo.
absolute. They are absolute in
Yes.
terms of where they are. Like you will turn them on at any point. It knows where 0 is at all times. So it is always guaranteed to be accurate. Do you need that for anything that we're probably going to be doing? No. Straight up no. Like a $10 set of metal calipers will be pretty much as accurate as the 150 set that I buy and the ones that I didn't buy and got given for free because I'm not buying them because they're too expensive.
Go to $20, in my opinion. You know, spend $20 or less, you'll be fine. But yeah, there are great ones at that price point. Literally the ones that I use, I think was on an Amazon deal for like $9. And I have a set of Mitutoyos in the garage that I got for $20 a yard sale. And I went up, I'm like, you do know what these are, right? He's like, yeah, I know. I'm like, so why are you selling them so cheap? He said, because there was going to be somebody like you that would know what they are and will value them and use them. If I sold them at, you know, what a resale value would be, a reseller is going to try to knock me down and get rid of it. They see $20, they see a case, they don't want to touch it. You notice the case because it said Mitutoyo on it, and now I'm going to pass this tool on to you. Okay, that's fair. So now I have a $20 set of Mitutoyos. Maybe it was even less than that. It was cheap. I didn't spend a lot of money on it. I bought a bunch of stuff from that guy, including a lockout tagout thing that I don't need, but it was cool. But yeah,
I rate them.
Mitutoyos,
100%.
If you're doing it as a business, get a nice set of Mitutoyos, especially if you're doing printers and things like Jacob is doing. But if you're a hobbyist, dude, the cheap ones work just fine. The big thing, as dumb as this is, the Mitutoyos draw almost no power when they're off. The cheap ones tend to draw almost as much power when they're off as when they're on. So they burn through batteries faster. So I have a habit of pulling the battery out of them, which is a bad habit because I end up losing the little door and I have to print the doors again. But you can do that, or you can just go buy the button cell batteries from the dollar store too and not care. So there's
Actually,
that
that's a good thing you brought up, the door. So a lot of them have an extra door. So we've got one here. On this one, even though it's 150 quid, there's nothing there. And that, if you buy an official one, now this is the big difference depending on if you need cheap versus good, is that you can plug into a calculator or a computer.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like a USB port of sorts.
Yeah, it will output the value to a device. So if you're doing something that you need data logging, that's when that's really good.
Yep.
Otherwise, there's no difference. You don't need to buy the expensive ones unless you absolutely have to, because they do the same job. And it's pretty much, that's my universal measurement tool. I don't use any other tool most of the times. That's my universal measurement tool.
It sits on the palm rest for my keyboard. That's how often I use it. ND Canada Shooter said they have an 8-inch Shars caliper. It came with traceable certificate of calibration. Shars is another great brand. Again, you're going to pay more money for it. The cheap ones are just fine for most end users, but it's good to have. It's really, really good to have. Oh, what else?
How about a free one? One that somebody already has, hopefully. I can't guarantee it. I don't know people's living situations, but it is free if you've got it. Your printer, your 2D printer. Most of them come with inbuilt scanners.
Oh,
the flatbed scanner is really good. If you've got something flat that has an unusual shape and you need to guarantee a trace of something, slap it on there.
Flatbed scanner.
It works fantastic. Even better, you can put graph paper down and then put a thing on, and now you've got a reference point, so you can scale the object to perfect dimensions. I have remade 1950s Italian rally car seat eyelets just by using a flatbed scanner on my 2D printer. It's probably the only useful thing that 2D printer's ever done, but
Print
There we
shipping
go.
labels. That's the other thing mine does.
Yeah.
Like I have an HP Color LaserJet CM2320NF MFP. It's from 2013. It is yellowing. It's so old.
Oh.
But I will never buy. I will never buy an inkjet printer again. Color laser printers, because you can also print labels with them, and they're awesome. Hartford Solutions said, "What about an angle finder tool and radius tools?" Yeah.
They're cheap enough you can just pick them up.
Yep. Cheap as
Normally
chips.
they might come with other things. Mine came with my tap set. And
Yes.
I'm never going to buy them. I personally wouldn't buy them on their own though, because they're probably expensive on their own. And I would say a lot of the times, now this is like a personal ethos of mine, if a human designed it, they probably designed it to generic sizings in their head. So in the European world, if you're seeing a radius, it's probably in millimeters.
Yep.
So if it is a big radius, it's probably 5 mil. If it's less, it's probably 3 mil. Like you can probably just round it to the closest mil and you're going to be dead on.
Yep.
If for American, it's probably going to be the equivalent of like a 1/16 of an inch or half an inch.
You know,
like
it's funny because a lot of them are
your
also
weird
metric.
American distances are.
A lot of them are also metric because it is, you know, we're not using decimals, right? You know, metric's better. Metric's better. Metric everything except speed. Miles per hour is better than.
I do value miles per hour.
Yeah.
Smaller
kilometers
number
an hour
mean faster.
Sounds like you're going faster because 100 kilometers an hour is 62 miles an hour. So.
Yep. It's great when you get to say, yeah, I'm doing 120 kilometers an hour. And it's like, yeah, that's just the national speed.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's over 100, so it sounds cool.
Yep, yeah. Metric all the things, basically. Oh, man. Yeah, I like I only recently got a set of radius gauges. I've always measured them, right? I'll just measure the radius. It's not too difficult to do. You need a corner, and then you measure from where the radius starts to where it ends. And that's the size of the radius, and you're done. And it's super simple. It's jank, especially if you don't have a really easy, well-defined start and end point. But if you're not sure, cut that part out of your model, print it, verify that it's the same size. Done.
Yep.
You know, really, really easy.
Oh, I'm going to get side tangented right now. Stephen Cullen saying metric is better, but speed and temp. Now, I want to know why you think metric isn't better for temp.
No, Celsius is way better.
Celsius is so usable, and I will argue, like I do hear.
Oh, what temperature does water boil at? 212 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's not even that. Everyone's telling me like a Fahrenheit is better for cooking, and I will just straight up say it is not. Because most of your ovens do not care about the even plus minus 15 degrees.
Yeah.
It is in a ballpark. And if you're saying, oh, yes, I like it being at 450 Fahrenheit versus 445, nah, you can screw off. They're the same temperature.
Because they're bang. They're not PID.
Yeah, they are the same temperature. Celsius is just,
It's better.
Or go,
Zero's when it freezes,
and measure
100's
everything
when it
in Kelvin. Do everything in Kelvin. Be weird. Exoteric.
Yeah. Kelvin. Yeah. Yeah. How cold is it? Like 400 degrees Kelvin? Wait, what?
That is very hot.
I guess. So Celsius is great, but F is better for conveying how it feels. You know what? That's fair. Fahrenheit is better.
Is it though?
For conveying how it feels. So it is 82 degrees Fahrenheit outside right now. Since my computer's only telling me it's high pollen, let's do 82 F2C. It is 28 degrees Celsius outside. 28 sounds cold to me.
I know what 28 feels like. I will be dying because let me check what it is inside at the moment. I literally bought an Apple like mini HomePod just to tell me the temperature of the room I'm sitting in because I have to open my server rack door to stop it from overheating because the hard drive sit at about 50 degrees at the moment and it does scare me a bit.
Why don't you? I'm not getting into this. I'm not gonna let myself get sidetracked by this.
Okay, it is currently 28 degrees exactly.
Oh, in this room. So it's 27.7 outside. So it's about 82 degrees in your room right now.
Why is Fahrenheit still better at conveying feeling? Because I know what 28 feels like, and I know what
82 just
28.5
sounds
feels
better
like.
than 27 or
It's
28.
just a bigger number. It means nothing.
Freedom, I think. 85 Fahrenheit is 303 degrees Kelvin. There you go. Yeah, 303 degrees Kelvin.
Heartforge Solutions saying I might touch something at 100 degrees, but not at 212. If you're touching things at 100 degrees because you're not sure what Celsius to Fahrenheit is, you will learn, and then you'll never do it again.
We did a little experiment back in high school. If you put hot plate do not touch, people are going to touch it. You can have a hot plate sitting there almost glowing red. No one will touch it unless you say hot plate don't touch, because people don't trust each other inherently. Yeah, I don't know. Temperature scales are weird.
Celsius supremacy.
Yeah, no, we're getting into a rage battle of Celsius versus Fahrenheit right now. So what are some other good tools? Flashlights. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Specifically headlamps. I will die on this hill for headlamps. I've got 2 headlamps that I can grab right now. Let me get them both. So I've got like
I'm a pocket light person.
Pocket lights are fine. I don't have a pocket light. I guess this is kind of a pocket light that clips onto a head rig. Right, I like the headlights, and I know it makes me look like an absolute dork. I don't care. I don't care, because the first effing time that I need to find something at night, these are so good. This is a crappy Energizer one. I've got, it's back there because it sits on, it's magnetized and it sits on the side of the shelf. I have an O-Light one, and then this is a Cobb one, so it's got a spotlight.
Oh, that's nice.
And then so my dad got this for me. It's got a particular feature. Oh, gotta turn it on. Gotta turn the feature on. Ready? It's got an optical sensor in it.
I want one. That's
now
amazing.
There's only one problem with it. It's an infrared sensor. So if you go from, so if for some reason you have it on and the sensor's turned on and you walk outside from a dark room, it turns on because it senses the change. It senses the change in the infrared and it turns on. Some people say use a phone. I'm sorry. This is totally flexible. The battery's over here. You can have both. They have a dim mode and a bright mode. I saw these on deal the other day. 2 of them were less than $20. I highly
good.
Like. I love it because the Cobb giving you just a even casting of light from your face is so nice. There's the fingertip flashlights are good. I love the little this little iMini 2 from O-Light. I'm just gonna take it off my keys. I love this little iMini 2. The actual keychain piece is the USB for it, so that's how it charges. You take it off and it turns on. You put it back on, it turns off, and there's a 3D print where you can twist it and it pulls it away a little bit to turn it on. And you print it out of like glow filament or something, so it also glows. This is less than $20. I absolutely love it. And it comes in orange, which is nice. I'm a flashlight geek, and I absolutely love having a light on me at all times. And it's funny because I am awaiting it to be delivered, but we're going to be working with Woobin, the flashlight company. They happen to make... Get back up there. There we go. They happen to make some decent flashlights, so they're sending me some, and we're going to use them during streams, and I'm excited for that.
Fantastic.
And I'm bummed that I'm talking about this and I don't have it.
You've derailed the joke I was going to make, because I love the pocket lights.
Yes.
Because there's nothing more nice than pulling it out and putting it in your teeth and then doing something. Because it just makes you feel cool.
I mean, look,
And now you've got that. You've got that.
Oh, yeah.
No, it doesn't even matter. You've got the bloody
I'm going to upset you too about this one.
There.
It's magnetic, so it just sticks to things. That's how it stays in its case. It's a big magnet. Yeah, you're pissed off with how nice this is.
I actually bought like cinematography like magnet clip lights that I can clip to like buildings. I love it.
It's not high
I actually
CRI
love
or
it.
anything. But yeah, headlamps, flashlights, stuff to get light where you need it. Ring lights with the center of the ring being a magnifying disc is great too. I have a couple of those. Those are nice. I buy them from dental offices that close.
That's smart.
Yeah, they're
Because
high
the cheap ones
CRI.
you get from Amazon do not. They're
Yeah,
not the same.
and those are high CRI too. Also the best for burglaring 3D experiments. uh, but yeah, I don't want to put the flashlight in my mouth for a very specific reason. If I smack my jaw on something, I've now broken my teeth.
Oh yeah, because dental over there is extortionate.
Medical, period, is. Anyways,
My dad just had a bit of his tooth break off. He had like a gold crown and it's just fallen out. It's probably going to be 100 quid. I'm gutted. He's more annoyed he's gonna have to go and spend time getting it fixed.
I don't have dental insurance. I can't afford it.
Neither do we. We don't need it. You know you love me.
I am absolutely clipping that bit.
It might legitimately be cheaper for you to fly over, do it here, and fly back.
I can get round trip
Actually, now I'm
flights like a
thinking about it, I
month
think it
away for
is.
about $500 for a round trip ticket for a week. It'd be the lodging that where I would lose. If I did it on like an overnight, like where I did a red eye, got the work done, then flew back on another red eye, probably. But yes, there are medical and dental vacations, as Chris Catlett says. You go to other countries.
Man.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. Anyways, moving away from things that are going to get us talking about politics that we don't need to talk about on this show. Matt's Makerspace said feeler gauges. How do you feel about feeler gauges?
I'm gonna say it. It's gonna be controversial. You have the best feeler gauges here.
I don't use feeler gauges.
I don't use them.
I have a set. I use them for motors and stuff.
I mean, I should say I do use feeler gauges. We use them for go no go gauges on flat things.
Go no
But I
go
don't
is
use them.
nice, but not for a hobby.
I just don't use them.
Yeah,
There's no real benefit in my eyes for most projects to require the level of checking that a feeler gauge will give.
I think they're cheap enough to own them, right? It's cheap enough just to have a set, and the off chance that you need it, great, but it's not. I can't think of a good need to own one. Like, unless you're doing like mechanical work, right?
Yeah.
Now, the one I can validate very well, butane
Yep.
torches.
Yup.
Butane torches. I can validate these all day. There is nothing easier or better than removing little tiny strings because your filament is mildly damp or you printed it a little too hot than these. They're great. They're tiny. The butane canisters are cheap. They're refillable. Yep. These are like sub $10. They're creme brulee kitchen torches. You can get the big propane torches and all that. But, dude, these creme brulee torches, you can get really tiny ones too. This is one of my larger ones. I've got some small ones on the shelves behind me, but I like the larger one because it doesn't have a safety.
So I was also going to say, if you want to supercharge that, go airsoft gas.
Green gas.
Because no, this isn't green. This is gold gas. It's a special flavor of gas. Green gas is just propane.
It's propane with
this
oil.
This has accelerants in it. So it burns a lot hotter, but the flame that comes out is like 5 times bigger. It is.
Well, okay. I want a 5 times bigger flame. I just turn it up.
Yeah, but imagine if it was that big.
I don't need it
that
big.
Great.
Look, man, I'm used to working with, let's go with not the biggest tools on the block. I'm not trying to compensate for nothing.
Now, I will say, you got to be careful. Like, here's a safety thing. This higher pressure.
How much does that can cost?
Like 10 quid.
Oh, screw you. That's what a can of butane costs me.
It's literally about the same. But now a butane can in the UK is like 25 quid, but you get 5 times the size. Okay. So it is a little bit cheaper in the long run. But the airsoft, like speciality, higher pressure gases for lower temperatures, they burn great. And they're really not. Also, if you do airsoft, I vibe with this brand. They go really well.
Uh,
Great for colder temperatures.
I love how
Also,
we
there's no
totally
smell.
missed the point of feeler gauges for manual nozzle offset.
Nah, paper.
Paper works. Honestly, I just do it when I'm printing.
Paper is a perfect feeler gauge because you know the thickness of the paper. There's two ways to measure it. Look at the GSM. The GSM is a thickness to the paper, or just measure it. Just go straight up. Just you know the exact number.
I was laughing at Jason
And do
Graham.
it when it prints.
See a stringy print behind you on the printer. No need to get up with gold gas. Whoa! It just set the whole, everything behind me on fire. No, I like the butane torches. The butane doesn't smell as much. It burns relatively clean. It burns very hot. And on like quick passes, you can hit your hand with it, and it doesn't like the lead in frost effect, light in frost technically,
Yeah.
protects you. So the torches are great to have. Get a few of them. Find them on a deal. Get a few of them. Go out to your local hardware store and buy butane or propane, depending on what you need. They're totally worth it.
Yeah.
Totally
But no, going
worth
back
it.
to feeler gauges, I don't vibe with them. I do think now I am seeing some comments about how the paper's bad, the feeler gauges are good. I personally, I think, especially with we're now going to diamond tip nozzles, we've got ruby tips, we've got vanadium tips. If you don't have that little bit of squidge when you touch off, there's a chance you could shatter that insert. And remember, you should always be bed leveling with the nozzle hot because the nozzle will grow in length, especially on a volcano. You get about 0.25 millimeters of growth. That is a lot. So do it at the temperature you want to predominantly print it. Now we bed level at PLA temps because if you go hotter, so let's say you go to PETG temperatures, so you're 40 degrees hotter than PLA for the most part, you're normally printing on the textured side, which then has a bit more depth allowance, so it compensates.
Yeah, you want to be a little closer on textured anyways.
So that's why I vibe with paper. Now I wouldn't use the cheapest paper. Receipt paper is quite good because it's quite like tear resistant. And it is quite thin as well.
And
So you
it's
get a really
thermal.
good, accurate thing. But no, I can't say feeler gauges are a worthwhile investment. Now, that being said, oh God, I forgot the name. They're not feeler gauges, but they're like toleranced paper, plastic, and then metal shims for tramming objects. And there's a specific name for them. I've forgotten it. It's like tram sheets. They are worth it. When you need to, like, say you got a little CNC and your head is just slightly off tram, you just cut a bit of your tram sheet, put it behind the bolts, bolt it in, you bought it to.
Definitely
It's just
not
so good.
used soda cans for that in the past. Nope.
They are a good way
Yeah.
to get like that. On average, they're
Shim stock.
0.08
Shim stock.
Shim stock. That's it.
Yep.
And you can get them cheap. You can get plastic shim stock. And bear in mind, it's not just like regular plastic, it's uncompressible plastic. That is like $15
I
for
use
a
soda
booklet.
cans.
Soda cans are a really good option as well because you can crush them slightly and they already come quite thin. They're like 80 microns to 120 microns, depending on the brand.
Yep.
But they are consistent because they make them at an industrial scale 100% of the time. Highly recommend. But no feeler gauges. They're not for me.
People are honest about not mentioning Harbor Freight. I don't think the store actually matters because, like, you don't have Harbor Freight in Canada. You have Princess Auto, right? In
I
the
don't know
UK,
what Harbor Freight is.
It's your, bad tools.
I guess the closest ours is probably Machine Mart or maybe like Tool Station. I wouldn't know. Like the shops are different.
And so Harbor Freight is cheap tools, but hilariously, all of their hand tools, the Pittsburgh ones, guaranteed for life.
Really?
That's
shit. Really good.
They're absolute bad.
But why they're guaranteed for life?
Because they don't care. They don't care.
Fair. So, if you're a professional buying them, you probably don't care either.
So I keep the cheapest set of sockets from Harbor Freight. They're $10 for a whole socket set. Pittsburgh, in the trunk of my car. Because when I find broken down motors that don't have tools, I hand it to them.
Okay, that's quite sweet.
Yep. So I live
That's
out in
neat.
I live out what used to be the country. It's now turning into more of the suburbs, but where you don't have great cell service, police take 20-30 minutes to show up. You just help each other out, right? So like, and I drive a 23-year-old car, so like I need these tools on me most of the time. I've got fluids. I've got, I normally will carry a decent jack in the car. I don't have one right now because I needed the space. And I guess for you, it's going to be Lidl tools. Lidl. Yeah, there's your Patrick for the day.
Lidl. I saw the comment from Matt's Makerspace, the middle aisle of Lidl.
Yeah.
Lidl is Aldi. So the supermarket, Aldi. That Lidl is the other side of it. It's basically a carbon copy, but with a different owner.
Yep.
The middle aisle in Lidl is just random crap.
Aldi's here in the States the same way.
There.
Yeah.
I don't know how they get away with it. And there's always this like Park Maker. It's like a green tool brand.
Yep.
They are the worst equipment I have ever had my eyes on, and I keep buying them, and I can't tell why. I think I've got like a heat gun behind me from them. I just can't say no. But no, now I know what Harbor Freight is. The middle aisle of Lidl.
So Harbor Freight, now they have their icon set of tools, which is basically just we stole Snap-on and changed it enough to be, specifically different. So they don't get sued. The Icon line is quite good. I don't have Icon money. I got Pittsburgh money. The things that I buy from Harbor Freight, and I will swear by this, they're angle grinders. Okay? They're not great, but they're $10 to $20. So you don't care. I bought a corded reciprocating saw where the handle can turn 180 degrees, so you can use it at different angles. I have 2 of them because one of them, the cord got cut on, so I just added a really long cord to it. And what do I do with it? I put a really big, cheap reciprocating saw blade on it, and I use it to take out trees. Not cutting the limbs, cutting the root ball. You need to take out a tree, stab this thing into the ground, turn it on, and then just walk around the tree.
Okay, that's smart. I like that.
And I've had it for decades. If it dies, it will get a Viking funeral. It owes me nothing. Harbor Freight's hammer drill, their corded hammer drill, is also stupidly good for the money. Their corded tools, now I don't know the newer ones, but their older style corded tools were so good. They did unfortunately use a lot of the butylene rubber, so it turns into butyric acid, but a little gasoline gets rid of that anyways, so I don't care. So it's like, I've got a real Sawzall, red, in the case and everything. I rarely use it because I'm afraid of hurting my $140 Sawzall. The $20 Harbor Freight Sawzall, I'll throw that bitch off the roof. I don't care because it's not going to break. And if it does, I could probably fix it, right? It doesn't matter.
And again, the best tool you have is the
tool
one you use.
Best tool you have is the one you have. And the one you use. Fine. We did a bad job at doing that. I'm sorry. That was my fault.
It doesn't matter. Us doing a bad job? Never.
We can do it again.
We're perfect at
this.
You
ready? 3, 2, 1. The best tool.
Best
You're supposed to.
have.
Damn it!
What?
Did you deliberately delayed it?
Well, it was perfectly timed on my side. Wait, we need to do a clap test. So you clap the moment that you hear me clap, and then I can measure the delay. So I'll be doing that, and then you can see my hands come in, and then I'll do it. So 3, 2, 1. Oh, there's a 4-second delay.
Okay, I guess. Well, okay, that's gonna be the speed of light, basically.
No, it's processing. 100% processing. There's only going to be like an 800 millisecond delay for inter-outer connections. If it's going via satellite, it'll be 300 milliseconds mostly, and that's including.
We're going across an ocean, though.
Well, it depends on how they're transferring it, because the transfer rates, they'll just auto switch.
Yeah, so they're all like, there's no delay, because I'm watching OBS and I'm clapping when I see him clapping, and you all are coming,
Oh.
so they're seeing everything from my side, right?
So it's one-sided as well.
Yeah, it's
So
totally
that's a
one-sided.
4-second one side.
Yeah.
It must be upload delay. It's got to be. There's no way it's 4 seconds.
The more you know, and knowing is half the battle. There you go. See,
God damn it, Spectrum.
We
Do
just
a better
tangented.
job.
We just tangented into something else. I'm now like looking around my desk. I
will say there are some good tools, but these aren't things I would recommend unless you specifically need them.
Vacuum bags. With
the amount of vacuum bags I go through.
That's what that little white cord is. That's the USB vacuum pump. You get the
you have a little
USB, and it's got a little switch on. It's great.
That's neat.
That is my preference for storing like really nice filaments, but the cheap vacuum bags don't really seal out moisture. They do some job, but they're not perfect. The resealable sous vide bags are great for that kind of thing. If you're a hobbyist or a business, they're great. You can get the hand pump. I have a hand pump down there too, but I like the automatic one. It's very, very, very nice. Much my preference personally. You can get them for cheap. You can start with a hand pump. I just don't like doing it. So, yeah. Oh no, that's a good set. Great gift idea for makers, though. Great gift idea. If you got a maker in your life and they don't have it, great gift idea.
If you get them the sous vide bags, it also means they can do food with it at the same time. So it's making and food. And that is an overlap I love the most.
Sous videing a
steak, printers are just lovely hotbeds. So you can put a steak in a sous vide bag on a printer hotbed and you can get away with it.
Yes, we did that last year. We did that last year for April Fool's Day. And we did it live for like 5 hours. Because we could. That was our and then I used a very big propane torch to torch it. It was funny.
Well, you could have used your small one with gold gas.
Well, so I used we used a regular torch, but then I went out and I got my big one for burning weeds. That's like, the opening orifice is like this big. It'll shoot a 9-foot ball of fire out the front of it. Without even trying. Like the propane tank gets cold when you use it, kind of thing. Yeah, Dougal says he remembers that stream. Yeah, that was last year for April Fool's Day. So if you don't remember it, go back and look. Like and subscribe and all those things. So we're trying to get to 50K before April Fool's this year. I've got some interesting stuff planned. We will see if I can pull it off. Right now, the issue is being able to stream remotely. But we'll see. We'll see. We got some stuff planned this year.
Here's one for you. The $60 thermal camera you can attach to a phone.
They're like $300.
They're $300.
The decent ones from Fleer are.
Oh, no, don't get from Fleer. No, they're overpriced. They're the same sensors. They're overpriced.
I have not found one that has enough resolution that I like. Because I want to use it on streams.
Yeah, that is a problem. So you've seen mine, haven't you? Mine's not a USB phone one. Mine's an actual big gun. Because we use them in the factory for checking motherboards, checking connections, and also checking heat pads.
That's what I want to use it for.
Fantastic. But the 60 quid to 90 quid ones, which you plug into a phone, give you pretty much the same capability.
Just not the same resolution.
Finding faults. No, it's not. They're much smaller. They're like normally 120p when they're on the phone. I
saw one for like $60, but it was 32 by 32 pixels for the infrared or for the FLIR sensor. I'm like, no. FLIR makes one. It's like $500 though, but it uses a phone app to look at it, and then you can move the device. I love that, and I reached out to FLIR for a sponsorship, but that didn't. They never got back to me. But you can use Android phones on OBS very easily.
Can you? I didn't realize you could link them to that.
Yeah. We did that when when a Falcon Heavy was launching. The app is called, where is it? Damn it, I don't.
I've never
It's in
heard
the
of that app. I
Ace.
can't say.
Uh,
Mhm.
Droid Cam.
But
Droid Cam.
Droid Cam. Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
But I do think though, even if it's low resolution, like 60 pixels or 32 pixels, being able to measure the temperature of something is quite a powerful tool. Like if you're
Yeah.
printing something and you're not sure why it's failing, you can measure like, is the part cooling down enough? Or like say on the Quiddy's motherboard when we didn't know if it was overheating or not, you could just point out there, go, bad thing. Like it's a very nice litmus test.
Yep.
Not a lot of accuracy, I will say. Like these thermal cameras are not precision measurement
Yeah. If they're
equipment by
plus or
any
minus a couple
means.
of degrees Celsius, I I think it's a cool tool. I don't think it's necessary,
Nah.
right? Like I don't own one, and I've been in the 3D printing business. I started my first 3D printing business in 2011. Hobby in 2008. So
Okay.
like, you know, never used one. Well, okay. I've never used one often.
I don't have use for it in regular hobbyists. I do, however, if say on the rat rig that I was building, I shot it at that just to make sure I put the heater pad on. That I do see a use case for,
Big. Yep.
but in reality, you don't need one. But it is now in the price point where you could give it as like a slightly bougie Christmas gift.
If
At which point they're gonna love you.
if you're a homeowner, get one. Immediately.
Oh, it's
Things
great.
like you'll detect water leaks before you see them. You'll detect areas where you have low insulation, where you have heating and cooling leaks. I mean, just dude, just that alone, it'll pay for itself. Even one that's a
If
couple
you can see
$100.
wires through the wall, you've caught a fire hazard before it became a fire
That's right.
hazard. That is so powerful because it's a safety thing then.
Yep.
Also, it's great for cars and automotive, like being able to make sure things aren't heating up where they shouldn't be. That's
And they
very
are
strong.
heating up where they should be. Make sure you're
Yep.
not losing a cylinder. So, hi, Fleer, sponsor us. I would love to
I
use your
will
product.
on stream destroy my current thermal camera and replace it with yours.
Look, I've already said that if we can get a really nice full color 3D printer, like a proper one, I will fill my mine full of tannerite for a video. It weighs 800 pounds when it's empty, and it's not empty. The amount of licensure that I would have to get to do that though would be hilarious. I'd probably just have to go use somebody else's license, but yeah.
Josh Eldon, you can't see people's farts on a thermal camera. It's not a thing. If you see any like TikToks of somebody farting, you see the little gas cloud, not a thing. Can't pick it up. It needs reflectance, and if you can't see it, can't reflect. And that goes for passing gas. Not a thing.
More you know. Oh, what else? I'm looking back to see what else.
You're in a particular use case where you can actually do this. Not a lot of people will. A good camera goes a long way. Mobile phone as well. Like being able to zoom in on parts from a distance, that gives you a lot of inspection control. Like if you're making a print, like this is more for the hobbyists that are making their own printers. If you set your camera up on a tripod, you point out the machine, you can actually start like slowing that footage down and seeing where things are wobbling. And that is quite strong because then you get to be able to time lapse things. You get to make sure the machine's working as it should be. I know when we were trying to work out flexure points, we set the camera on an exceedingly high frame rate on a very sharp lens. And then we did a bit of movie magic and we are able to see which bits are flexing by just like inverting the colors. It's quite a cool little trick you can do by offset the video by a frame and invert the colors. And the only difference in color is the bit that is moved. So you get this really nice movement graph. That is a nice way to check for flexing. So, but you can do it with an iPhone. You can do it with an Android phone. As long as the phone doesn't move. Obviously, better camera will work better. But you can get away with it.
A cell phone though, like by and large, will get you the phone. Like if you're looking at like, okay, I want to do content, a cell phone is all that you need. And
Yep.
and if you think I'm wrong, some of the largest car YouTubers just use cell phones and GoPros.
Yep.
That's it. Cletus McFarland, he's local. It's the only reason I like that I remember the name, because he's local. The dude is like 4 million or 3 million subscribers. They use iPhones. Like, yeah.
I mean, the quality of phone sensors have come along so good.
You don't need lost in tech level camera gear. You don't need a probe lens that costs as much as a camera. Okay. Laser levels are
telling
great.
me I can't use my, oh no, where is it? I can't use my 90mm 800 quid lens to macro shot if the plastic isn't deforming correctly as it comes out a nozzle.
I can totally understand you needing that. I don't. So what I would do is I would take my 55 f1.8 that was like $300, put an extension tube on it so it can get much closer, and then just do that. But none of my cameras film in high speed, so it doesn't matter anyways.
And if you're mad, extension tubes on extension tubes on top of macro lens.
Well,
it actually works.
Your macro lens better have a really low f-stop, because otherwise, or you need a lot of light. The more macro tubes you add, the more effective f you're adding to it. So just be careful.
I have to run this to get anything usable when I do that. At f18 minimum, normally f21. I have 6 lights just blasting it to get any light to the sensor.
Yeah.
And then I do like a 5-second exposure just to get anything from it. But it works. It's great. I could see individual micro ink dots on like pound so cool. Notes and everything. They're fantastic. Money. It's gorgeous. You get to see things you never see before. Like extruder vibrations in the polymer as it comes out the nozzle.
Oh, from the stepper motors. Yeah.
Yep. You get to see all of it.
Dreams Void with the 2 pounds asking the real questions. What are your go-to snacks while you troubleshoot?
Oh. I'm probably the worst person to ask because I snack 24/7. So sweets are a good one. I actually really vibe with the Aldi like gummy bear type things because they are not too hard, not too soft, and they're just really good. And you get big kilo bags of them.
UK and European gummies in general, they're so much better than American candy. Just period. Speaking of, now that I'm remembering this, can you get these brands in the UK?
They're a German brand, right?
Yes, very, very clearly.
I don't think so.
So,
but they look like something you can just buy. Like the type of thing, not the brand.
Well, so a fan, Nepomuck, was here in town and brought us some candy, and they want us to try it on stream. Ooh. But apparently these are very sour, and so I said, well, maybe Jacob can find them where he's at. This Hitchies, sure.
Okay, I'm writing it. Show it to the camera. Let me write it down.
Hitschhies, Hitchies. Okay. It's very German, right? Dlastenschulgen. Like, that's just German. It ends in Ugen. Unden. That's German. I think it means sour ropes, potentially. Yeah.
I will try and find some now.
But maybe we'll do that on the April Fool. I don't know. We're supposed to do that at some point. But yes, I absolutely adore candy from outside of the States. It means dragon tongue. Okay, there you go.
Okay, that's such a cool name. See, I'm sorry, that's an amazing name.
We would call these sour belts in the States.
That's not as cool.
No, it's not. Sour dragon tongues now. Which makes sense because their little guy's a dragon and he's so adorable.
Oh, yeah, it is.
But like, try Prussia Haribo compared to American Haribo, and you'll be sad because American Haribo
is there a difference?
Bad. Oh my god, yes.
How?
I'll send you some.
Oh no, please don't. I don't want to break my worldview that you had good food.
I'm building a box for you already, so there's nothing you can do. But so it's.
Look, I already tried American chocolate, and that killed me on the inside.
Oh yeah, no, don't do that. Bad.
Did I tell you what happened to Mum when Amber gave her the your little American hard sweets?
No.
Okay, so you know on the second to last day or the last night, when we dropped you off at the hotel, and Amber gave us like some sweets to have. And I openly said I've always wanted to try American grape flavor because it's nothing like we have in the UK.
No.
And Amber was like, yes, it's awful. I hate it. So Mum got one of the grape ones, put it in her mouth, and had it. I didn't realize until after we left, she left it in the back of her mouth, trying not to be rude.
She
And then
could've
in a
spit it
bush was
out.
like,
Oh,
she couldn't eat it at all. She
Yeah.
was salivating for like 5 minutes afterwards, trying not to vomit.
yeah.
It was
No.
so bad.
Just overall, American candy is just worse. I like Haribo, and I like American Haribo, but it's high fructose corn syrup. It's not sugar, and it's artificial flavors and artificial colors, right? Where Haribo in the UK and the EU, they don't do that. It's all
No.
natural flavors. So like, I can go onto the back of this. Ingredients. There's so few that I can read them all to you this quickly. Okay? Raspberry flavor. Ingredients: sugar, glucose, fructose syrup, wheat flour, which is in big, bold text because it's an allergen. Acids: malic acid, citric acid, dextrose, there is palm oil in it. Flavoring, and the color is brilliant blue FCF, and then there's antioxidants, which is ascorbic acid, which is vitamin C, and then E306, which is going to be vitamin E. That's it. That's all that's in here. The American variant of this would have 40 things I can't pronounce in it. So, yeah, in terms of snacks, it depends. Like, I'm trying to lose weight right now, which is not going very well, but I'm trying. I have gotten back into, like, popcorns because they're relatively low calorie, but they take a long time to eat. So it fills me up. Oh, wait, I've got an almost finished bag of Haribo Star Mix from the States here. Are you ready for this?
Is it Star Mix?
It is Star Mix. I love Star Mix. Oh, he's got it.
Okay, now this one is a multi-pack. So
yes,
let me
sweet
let
and
me
salty
just go
kettle corn
my
is
thing.
amazing. Are you ready for this? This is so
And
bad.
there's no ingredients on that one, so it's on here.
Are
Okay.
you ready?
I'm ready.
Glucose syrup from wheat or corn, sugar, gelatin, dextrose from wheat or corn, contains less than 2% of citric acid, malic acid, tartaric acid, caramel color, artificial natural flavors, sunflower oil, white beeswax, yellow beeswax, yellow number 5, red 40, blue 1, and may contain wheat and traces of milk. And this is what we're getting into today.
What the fuck? How big is the amount of text on the back of that? Like, seriously?
Right there. Right there. It's tiny little text. There you go. You can see everything.
Okay. So let me get just something white to put behind because it's a clear thing. Get a little bit of tissue as a little white thing. The camera won't care.
This doesn't even have palm oil. It's sunflower oil.
Also, this is what I snack on half the times, is just stupid sweets.
Oh yeah.
So
Star
that
Mix
is
amazing.
well, let me get rid of my stupid professional background blur.
It's for me, Star Mix is the best because it's got the gummy bears, the little rings, the cherries, the colas, and the twin snakes.
Okay.
Twin snakes are some of my favorite though.
That is the text area, but that's for 3 different flavor packets in here. Because this is a multi-pack which had the originals, the newer ones, as well as the absolutely arse vegan strawberries, which I hate with a passion because they taste like death. But with that in mind, I'll read it out to you. Ingredients: glucose syrup, sugar, dextrose, gelatin, fruit juice from concentrate, which are apple, blackcurrant, lemon, orange, pineapple, strawberry. That's the flavor. Caramelized sugar syrup, acids, citric malic acid, and acidity regulators, calcium citrate, sodium hydrogen malate, fruit and plant concentrates, which again are apple, aronia, beetroot, bilberry, blackcurrant, carrot, elderberry, grape, hibiscus, kiwi, lemon, mango, orange, passion fruit, radish, safflower, uh, spirulina, sweet potato, and sunflower oil. And the flavoring is a glazing agent of beeswax, Cambodia wax, and elderberry extract. That's for 3 different packets all
Yeah,
in one.
you know how they don't tell all that in the States? It's because most of it's artificial. And yeah, you can be upset by that. But, you know, it is what it is. I like gummies. I like gummies way too much. What else do I snack on? That printer sounds angry.
Has it broken?
No,
Do you need to
something
go
just
check on
sounds
it?
weird. Yeah, I probably should. What else do I snack on? I try not to snack. I try not to because
I am
it's
awful at
dangerous for me.
snacking. So normally it's chocolates. To be honest, I actually kind of just eat full meals.
Well,
But that's because I'm a
sucks.
thin bastard that is constantly trying to put weight on. Uh, there are a couple like biscuits. Biscuits in the UK are really good. It's really hard to say actually. Like when you think about what you snack on, you kind of forget what you eat. I will say I recently got the oh, what is it called again?
Yep, that was an 18-hour print that just failed.
Oh,
Yep.
I just got the Sakura Co box, not sponsored at all. That's kind of good. I vibe with it. Because it gives you a variety of things. But no, sweets mostly.
By the way, that
Sweets,
was
energy
1,400
drinks.
grams of filament wasted. Yep. Love
Oh, I
that.
get an F in chat.
F's in
We need an
chat.
F in
Yep,
chat.
F's in chat for that. The chamber temp got too high. Damn it, Cheaty. It's always the really long prints that machine tends to fail. Very upset by that because it was looking so good. I switched over the spool, so I get to start that one again. Damn it.
I'm so close to finishing Construct 2. I will make sure I can find any excuse to send you one at this point.
Look, manufacturers, if you're listening, I love heated chambers, but they also have to be temperature regulated because otherwise they basically thermally run away and it's annoying. And yes, it's on the Cheaty +4. So now I have like 1,400. Well, the entire print is 1,600 grams. It only had 3 hours left. It failed about an hour ago from looking at it. But it only started to make noise now. So, yeah.
For the factory, also for snacking, I have a cheap Aldi 20 quid air fryer. They're amazing because you can buy it. Now, I actually rate these really high. The vegan sausage rolls that you can get in Aldi go hard. They taste like regular sausage rolls, but they're slightly less oily. They cook fantastic in an air fryer, and because it's not meat, it doesn't ooze, and therefore it keeps the air fryer nice and clean for a long period of time. The other things are cans of soup. Like they're nice, they're light. You can get some really good ones nowadays. Yeah, cans of
What
soup are
else do I
good.
snack on?
It's really
Oh,
hard.
we've been frying bananas with cinnamon and sugar. That's been pretty good.
Why does that sound so American to me?
Like pan fry, not deep fry.
Oh, I just assumed deep fry.
That's fair. Uh, no,
To
no,
be fair, I
no.
can't complain. We're the country that has the slogan brown in the oven between 180 and 200 degrees for 10 to 15 minutes. So I can't complain about that.
So we had it for the first time at a restaurant called Terra Gaucha. It is an all-you-can-eat Brazilian meat steakhouse.
Ooh,
Runs about $65 a person,
that's not bad.
but you know, you go there and you get meat sweats by the time you're done, okay? Like you're eating enough. But they had roasted pineapple with cinnamon sugar and roasted bananas with cinnamon sugar. It's so easy to make. So we did it and we're like, "Oh my god, this is great." The other thing I really like, and Nepo will, if I don't see her in the chat, but she'll verify, the pineapple that grows on our property is amazing. I've never had better pineapple in my life. It is so flavorful. I do not know why it tastes so good. But I could eat enough of it to
Because you
where
grew it yourself.
I take the tops of the pineapples, I get them to grow roots in water, and then I stick them in the ground and forget about them. And they randomly push pineapples once a year or so. Just
Fantastic.
oh my god, it's so good. And that was the pineapple from the hurricane. If y'all remember the video where I said our pineapples survived, that was that pineapple. It was so good. It's the microplastics in the pineapples. Yeah, well, damn printer. I am so upset right now. Ugh. I can tell. I can tell what happened. It overheated. Because I checked, the chamber was set to 50C. It was at 57.
Oof.
Because the heat bed is at 70 and it's heating up the chamber. So, yeah.
Oh, that actually sucks.
Yep. Pip said pineapples don't grow in Minnesota. Yeah, that's the thing. It stays warm enough here year round. Our orchids are still blooming. The Hoyas are starting to bloom again. We have like a greenhouse with plants and stuff, but yeah. Oh, cinnamon sugar pineapple on the smoker. I'm not a big smoke person. Amber's picked up cheese lately. Her little snacking thing is like an aged Gouda, right?
Now that's something I snack on. Cheese.
But you got to be careful because you'll eat a lot of cheese. By the way, for anyone like me that really likes QP mayo, it's on sale at Costco right now for $5 for a bottle. So go get yourself some QP.
That's so cheap. I import mine because you can't get it in the country.
Oh, you should tell me things that you can't get in your country, and I can just put together a box and send it to you. Should I go get more QP for you?
No, it's fine. One bottle will last me like half a year. So I have it with very particular meals. It's just me. I'm the only one that can eat it. Because my mom's gluten-free, can't have it. Yeah. So I get it all to myself.
That's fair. I
love it. It's in my fridge right behind
me. Yeah.
Honestly, cheese. I have been struggling for years to put weight on. It's like I eat all the time. I try to put weight on. I want to
spend time
hit
with my mother.
70 kilos. When I started at Christmas last year, my mum bought me a block of cheese and some crackers. And the problem is you go through one faster than the other. So you top up the other, but then you've got a mismatch. So you top it up.
Yeah.
And within 4 weeks, I put 12 kilos on. Because I was just eating cheese 24/7.
That's like 10% of your body weight.
It was so good because we were getting like the little fruit cheeses and we were getting some like aged cheeses. I always say yes to like a blue cheese and bries. Though surprisingly, I found out I don't vibe with matured brie. Too stinky for me. It removes the flavor and just makes it into smell. I'm like, don't want to have to evacuate my room to enjoy it.
The Squid 510 says, I see the US made one in Miami Costco. Yeah, it's $5 for... There's two different types of QP. There's the QP that you can get that's USA made, that you can get the Japanese QP from the Asian food markets. I might say Oriental market, and I want to be clear. Out here, the name is MD Oriental. That's what they call the market out here. That's the name of the company. And the name of the store is MD Oriental in Tampa, Florida. Look it up. I'm not being a racist piece of crap. It's what it's called. So if I say Oriental for some reason, I'm not being a racist piece of crap. It's the name of the store out here. Moving on. So you're used to the ones with like kind of the waxy plastic, right? Where you can just like roll it up to squeeze it out, right? That's what you used to with QP?
Yeah.
These are more like a ketchup bottle. The USA made ones. Yeah. I have those too. Yeah. The USA made QP, it tastes, it's almost the same. It's close enough. Like it's really, really close. It's got the eggy, it's got the extra yolks and all that. It's so good. $5 for a 16-ounce bottle. You sure you don't want me to send you some?
I kind of want to tell what it's like.
Get me a
list.
list and I will say.
I want to see if there's a difference.
There's heavy stuff in your box already, so just,
What is in this box?
You will see when you get it.
I will say there was something just like really satisfying about
Yes.
squeezing it.
So
It feels wrong in just the right way.
I will have to have my aunt tell the story, but my aunt met the CEO and founder of QP Mayo randomly at a party for executives, but at a party. She had never tried the mayo before. She's like, I know the owner of this. I'm like, how? So yeah, the story's good. And oh yes, Heartforge Solutions, the Kerrygold butter. The Kerrygold butter, absolutely. Diomedes was like, go grab something. You're in the Dominican Republic, brother. You've got amazing food. You've got amazing food in the DR. I don't have that. So.
Oh, and Diffie 3D, you are 100% right. Smoked applewood. Oh, it goes good. It goes good. I can't say no to it. I adore it. No, to be fair, I'm not a snob. I also love the squeezy cheeses. Just squeezy cheese with that meat on the inside. It's just like, oh, I love it. Just get like little crackers, squeezy cheese. Get like 3 squeezy cheeses. So you got different flavors and
they
put a
don't
little bit on
make
it.
Different flavors of it's called
What do you
easy
mean?
cheese in the States.
What do you mean? I've got to get you a picture for this. But like for here, there's like a main brand of it's a squeezy, like very light cheese. And then they add flavorants to it. So sometimes it's like bits of smoked ham, or it's like chives or something. But it's distinct flavors between regular cheese and then the others. The smoked ham one goes so good because it's basically smoked cheese and ham, and it's just put it on. That's gonna get clipped instantly, and I just realized. Oh.
All right, what are some other tools before we tangent too far into food because we're both hungry?
Yeah.
I know we're both gonna say this. The Shox headphones. Yeah. Mine are off
100%.
because they were charging.
They're the best purchase I've ever made.
I will never go back to earbuds unless I need noise canceling ever again. These are
I'm going to argue you don't need noise
good.
canceling. You put earbuds in. You put actual ear protection in.
Oh yeah, you put Ear Pro in. For when I'm mowing the grass or when I'm using like engines and stuff. Yeah. I want Ear Pro of some sort, like, you know, and on airplanes, noise canceling is nice. Because yeah, Ear Pro softens it. I want it gone. And yes, I know there's some danger. I don't care. Costco in the US, the sale just ended, but I'm sure it'll come back. They have the Shox Open Run SEs. They are only sold. They're only sold in Costco. You cannot find them on the website. I already tried this. So I went through and I called Shox because I didn't know, I don't know anything about them. I have the Open Run Pros, the Gen 1 Open Run Pros, and the Minis specifically. I like the Minis, the big ones, it's a little bit bigger. So the Open Run SEs are the same as the Open Run Pros. There is now the Pro 2, which is nicer. It's got better bass response.
Yep.
But yeah, Shox. Someone said, "Is there a hi-fi version of these?" No. You want a hi-fi version? It's called Sennheiser headphones. Okay, like, you know, go get a set of decent cans and be done with it. Yeah, Audio Technicas are good.
Time.
ATHM.
These are like the budget audiophile ones. They are lovely.
ATHM 50s are great. The Philips SHP 9500s are great.
Yep.
Any open backs. I'm not a closed back person. I like open back headphones.
I'm a closed back person because I like the isolation it gives.
I want
to be focus more on it.
So,
but if you want to be able to hear,
if you want to be able to hear when your printer's pissed off, open back is great for that. And when you just lost this, I'm upset at this. It's like $25 of money down the drain, and it's the time.
Oh.
It's the time.
It's the
Anyways,
time.
Yeah, the Deposition Sound speakers will be doing a build on those and a contest on those coming up here pretty soon. Gonna do Hedamames as well. So, you know,
I want to try.
At some point, we're going to convert part of my audio room into a podcasting studio, or at least have a podcasting table. There's going to be a whole thing about this that we're going to do, but
you're going to have the traditional podcasting like logo with the LEDs around it. Like get the 3D Musketeers just glowing in the background. Get the little coffee table that nobody uses, but it has to be there.
Nope, no. So the coffee table is going to be a bookshelf, and it's going to fold to a table.
Oh, that's neat. I like that.
We're going to print it. We're going to use aluminum extrusions, and it's going to have XLR and USB ports in it that'll run to a dedicated computer for the podcast. And there's a 2-person couch in there right now, so that's probably what I'll use and hang out on that.
Yep.
But I turned a spare bedroom of my house into an audio room, although right now it's more of a storage room since my shed blew away. But I have a very nice audio setup that I spent a lot of time and effort building, and there's gonna be a whole audio series soon. I want to do the cat tree first, I think, before the audio series, but we'll see.
That'd be neat.
We might do them at the same time.
But yeah, for audio, for these in particular, there's 2 main reasons I'd say, especially for the shocks.
Yeah.
Comfort is one. They don't sit on your ear, they sit around your ear. I forget I'm wearing them.
Yep.
And I can't do that with other headphones. Like, if you have in-ears, after about 4 or 5 hours, they might start aching if they're just slightly missized. Over-ears, again, it's about 4 or 5 hours, and then it's like the top of the ear or like the bottom of the jaw, just because it's the pressure.
I can wear these all day.
You're like, I'm just not that person. I can't do it. I've tried training myself. I used to get really good. I got up to 8 hours before I have to take them off for like 30, 40 minutes. But
that's why I like the open backs. Great. I barely feel that it's there. Are yours the leather or are they felt?
Mine are leather. Mine are leather.
Nah, get rid of that shit. No, the felt, the fabric, because it stops your ears from sweating as much.
It's not the sweat, it's the pressure, I find. Like, just the pressure of the band.
Open back!
On the side.
Since they don't have to seal, they don't have as much pressure.
Oh, I did not know that.
We gotta do
okay, open backs might work for me.
We gotta do edamame kits. We'll do edamame kits.
Definitely.
I gotta figure out how to get you one, but we'll figure it out.
We can go in that mystery box you won't tell me about.
Yeah, well, that's probably what I'll end up doing.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Stop giving me free stuff.
No,
don't.
We'll have them sponsor an episode of the podcast. Send us a couple of pairs. No big deal.
Do that. I'll make it on podcast.
We'll print them. But I'm gonna do.
I figured out how to do USB-C from this, so I can use it as an actual output.
Oh Jesus!
So I could do it on that. Camera's fine. This one's ass. It barely does 720p.
It's fine.
It's 15 years old.
It's fine for this. I want other tools. Yeah, headphones, as dumb as it is, I like the Shocks open runs.
Battery life, I get 6 to 8 hours. It depends on what you're listening to. So if you're listening 24/7, it will wear down because it's all based on the output. It's not idle wastage. Idle, it will last 3-4 days. But when you're listening, you get 4 to 6 hours, and it only takes 30 minutes to charge. It's really good. The second thing, now, especially in the UK and in France, you are only allowed to wear these if you are cycling. You can't wear other headphones if you're cycling. It invalidates your insurance. So if you get hit or pulled over, you're in the wrong. But with these, you are allowed to wear them.
Don't wear headphones when you're cycling or earbuds or anything.
These are the only ones you can wear doing the Tour de France.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, as a former very avid cyclist, like,
don't wear anything.
A couple 100 miles a week level of avid cyclist. Do not, if you are wearing any headphones or earbuds or anything like that, they better not block out the ambient noise, or they better have hear through on, because that is a great way to run into a car.
Yeah. Chris, also, like, for reference, these, while they are completely open, like you can see my ear.
Yep.
If they're loud enough, they block everything out.
Yeah.
Like, you cannot hear, like, my mum could be standing behind me, and unless she made like a pressure thing where I can feel it in my body, I will not be able to hear that when these are at 100. The other nice thing, however, other than comfort and all the other jazz of being able to wear them in a safety environment, because you can still put AirPro in. This is basically a sponsored segment for them.
Yeah, they really should pay us for this.
Honestly, I rate these 100%. You can have AirPro in, which is great around CNC machines. You can also put overcup AirPro with these. They don't affect them.
And eyeglasses are not an issue with them either.
Yep. They're honestly sponsored segment, basically. I love it.
I would take money from Shocks, 100%. I would rate these.
I love their product enough. I would give them an endorsement without getting paid.
I would rate these like a 9 out of 10. I think that they're still they could be better in terms of the audiophile clarity, but I think that you're asking a lot out of something that doesn't go into your ear.
Yeah.
The microphone clarity could be better, but that's what the open talks are for. They've got one with a
Yeah.
boom mic on it. Chris uses it.
I wouldn't buy them. To be honest, these sound pretty okay. Mine are only I got them like 4 years ago, so I can't. They've renamed since then. So I can't tell you exactly what the name, but they're one of the
Open
more
comms,
pro
yeah.
line.
So the
These are fine.
The Open Run Pro 2s are $180 on Amazon. If you have a Costco near you, just go get the SEs at Costco. Yep. I like the minis, but just check to make sure the right size fits you. Dreams Void, I would send you an affiliate link, but honestly, you can get better value than what you can buy them on Amazon for. I just went to Amazon to check, and I don't feel good about you spending that kind of money just so I can make a commission on it. So just go buy it from Costco or something like that.
Dan asking, can other people hear your music? Most of the time, no.
When it's loud enough, they can.
It's ear vibrating. The thing is, it vibrates. So if somebody does come up, they can hear it if it's on loud. The other thing, it's actually kind of cool. If somebody wants to hear into your headphones and you can't be bothered to like change the output, just grab their head and just shove them onto the side. And then they can feel the vibration and hear it. It's actually kind of cool.
Yep.
That also brings me to the last really nice thing about these. Now, I listen to quite bass heavy music at times. My taste in music is ass. Don't at me. But when it's bass heavy just right, it vibrates. And you get this really nice feel of the bass in your bones because it's vibrating. It just makes music sound good, even though they're not the best sounding headphones. I love them.
As someone that used to work in the car audio industry and helped build a Chevy, it's a Cadillac with 815s on 40,000 watts, that will shake your bones. The open runs just shake your ear bones. I've listened to systems that shake all of your bones. I don't think I've ever shown you my audio stuff. I'll have to. In the audio channel in the Discord, there's some stuff in there, I think. I have Acoustat, the Monitor 4s, if you want to look them up. They're big electrostatics. They're 5 feet tall from the floor. And they're 3 feet wide each. So they're a meter wide and almost a meter and a half tall.
Ooh.
Yeah, they're old. They're from the 70s or 80s. On a pair of Adcom GFA 565s, so monoblock amplifiers, with a Yamaha receiver running as a preamplifier and input selector.
Neat.
Yeah. Properly, fully isolated and conditioned and battery backed up power going to it. And the speakers are also isolated and battery backed up because the speakers are active because they run at about 5,000 volts rather than line voltage. And they have the Meridian upgrade. So they're not tubes anymore. They're fully solid state. The amplification circuit on it is fully solid state. That was done before I bought it.
That's neat. I love audio tech. It's so good.
Yeah. Founder says, you guys were discussing cycling. I have to wear ear protection on my motorcycle, and I found those concert earplugs to be the best. They block out the wind noise without blocking everything. Yes, Amber likes the loops. She just got the latest version of them where you can adjust how much they block out, and she loves it. Especially if you get overwhelmed by noise and crowds and things like that. And you're not overwhelmed by the people, you're overwhelmed by the white noise that they create. Loops and ones like it are amazing. Me personally, it's the same ones that I use for America things. These are Safariland Ear Pro for firearms. What is special about these is they have a diaphragm in them. They have a metal diaphragm. So they act as regular earplugs with a very small hole in them so you can still hear. But when there's a concussive noise, it seals. So you can wear these, hear everything around you. Now, they say they're only good for a couple of years, then you have to replace them. And they offer different levels. But so far, I've had them long enough that the paint is coming off of the actual holder that they had. And like, I would still trust them. I still use them. And I still double up. But funny, you can't use these and double up. They don't work if you double up. Because if you put something on the outside, the concussive wave doesn't hit it. But I like these because they also fit on my keychain. But Amber likes her loops. They're expensive, but they're good. And yes, Winslow Joy, 5,000 volts. They're electrostatic, so it's a piece of mylar that is statically charged, attracted, or repelled from plates. Think of it like a big capacitor.
Yeah.
Right?
Because they're gold plates, aren't they?
Mm-mm.
I thought they were gold plates.
Oh, the actual... They're not solid gold.
Oh, no. That would be insane.
I can take it apart and check. I'm not going to pull the speaker apart, but I can just check on the backside or pull the backside of it off. But yeah, I got them for a great deal. I paid... I don't want to say how much I paid. I paid a lot of money. But
audiophile equipment gets expensive quick.
All right, I paid $1,000.
That's what
I paid $1,000 for them.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, I paid very little for what they are.
That is really not bad.
Yeah, a buddy of mine bought him for $800 because he's my electrostatic guy. His setup's in there in the audio channel in the Discord. It's stupid. It's insane.
$10 higher to get access to that on the Patreon.
Yep, $10 into the Patreon.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got like a $250,000 sound room, but he's my electrostatic guy, so he went and bought him for $800. He also happens to be a master woodworker and refinished and cleaned them up. And he's like, my wife won't let me keep them because I already have too many. How about you come over and give them a listen? I'm like, oh, you son of a bitch, I know what you're doing. And I bought them. He said, bring $1,000 with you, just in case you like it.
Just in case.
So, thank you, Brad. Great. Not the Brad that's been on our podcast, different Brad. But thank you, Brad. I still love him to this day. What else? What are other tools?
I can't believe I forgot this. I deleted it on the message that I was going to send you before I said, no, I need to stop telling you things because I'll ruin it for the podcast. This is the best 3D printing tool that has come out in recent, pretty much forever. It's the Wes 3D belt tensioners.
Yes, the belt tensioners. Yep.
That they have made life so much easier, especially if you buy two and you put them on a Core XY so you can measure both belts at the same time. You can tram a Core XY with perfect belt tension every time in under like 2 minutes. It is so good. They are the best tool. So I carry an emergency box with me. It's literally a briefcase, but I cut the inside out and put foam in, and then I put my tools inside there. There are two Wes 3D belt tensioners in that emergency case, along with a bit of super glue and some pliers, because they are that good to have. And you can print them yourselves. You can make them yourselves. But if you want to support him, go on his web shop. He can sell you them pre-calibrated. They just arrive and they work. They're not even that expensive. They're like $20 or something. They are worth it.
PF Makes designed it. Chris linked the GitHub for it, so you can 3D print it yourself if you don't just want to buy it outright. I've got connections. I think it's David is the owner of Wes 3D, if my memory serves me correct. I've got his card somewhere. We want to have him on as a guest at some point. So it'll
be amazing.
Yeah. That could be a plan. You say KT Plus has auto belt tensioning. Is that even possible? What, is there a spring? Like, back in the day, that's what we did. We used springs. Looks like they're sold out of the belt tensioners. Okay. Well, then you can make them yourself.
Auto belt tensioning is a thing. But there's two ways you can do it. One is a spring, so it's like a semi-constant force.
Yeah.
You don't really want a spring, especially in higher speed applications, because as you move forward and backward, you actually get tension spikes. At which point, then the spring either compresses or shrinks. You then get a resonance from that, and you get a tolerance slop. There are issues. It's why Construct One does not use any form of tensioning system other than a clip.
Yep.
Because you want it to stay as static as possible. The other side is almost like a load cell on a automated auger screw, and then it will check the tension before it starts and then tension it to a set tension in the load cell. Again, it's not perfect because the load cells, they need flexure to compensate for themselves. It's why on a Bamboo Lab you see the bed when it touches a couple times and then goes boo. It's trying to reset the load cell inside so it can accurately measure. You do get that with the belts because they don't move very much. So unless they're loosening and then tightening every time, which they should not be doing, that is one way. I think Stratasys does it that way, where they have a load cell somewhere
I have yet to
measuring the
pull apart a
tension.
Stratasys printer. Soon TM.
I have done it
Not
on their
yet.
older ones. The older ones are actually kind of fun to take apart. Their newer ones are impossible because they're just injection molded at the newer ones. There's no changes IMO. Like the design change was go from metal two-part construction to injection mold. But that's a different video and that's a different rant.
No,
But
that's a
yeah,
different
auto
lecture.
tensioners.
I do
Oh
the
yeah,
ranting,
Lord
you
of
do the
lecture.
lecturing. We've been over this.
But yeah, auto tensioners generally aren't great. The only time I see a use case for them is high temp, where the belts, when they get hotter, do stretch a lot easier. Then you need some form of auto tensioner. To be honest, the belts nowadays are set and forget. When was the last time you actually tensioned a belt?
I gotta do it on my XL. Because I know one of them's a little tighter than the other, but that's it. Corex wise, you should do it after like 3 months of owning it, right?
Yeah.
Use it,
You
own it.
wait, you
Yeah.
bend them in, and then once they're in, they never stretch from there. It's like what we do in the factory. We actually pre-age ours. So we put them on, we tension them to 140% tension, stretch them, take them off, put them back on, and then they're at their permanent tension for the rest of their life cycle. They never stretch from then.
I got one. IP cameras or Wise cams, or if you have a computer near it, USB cameras, so you can monitor your prints remotely. I'm not a huge fan of machines with their own cameras because I just don't trust security that I can't validate. You'll see there's a Wise Cam V2 behind me, but that's because it's got the USB firmware on it, so it operates as a USB camera. And I just have a long USB extension running across the ceiling. I really believe that if you're looking to run a business doing this, if you're not going to run ITAR jobs or NDA jobs, just use the camera on the machines. Self-hosted Abico is good. Definitely look at some sort of camera monitoring system. I think that's really, really important. One that has enough resolution. So if you don't have one for every machine, let's say you have one for each shelf, that you can zoom in and check the machines. Smart plugs on every single printer so you can remotely turn them on and off.
Actually, that's a good one. Smart plugs.
Yeah.
Because they can also measure the power usage.
Yep.
That's an amazing one.
That's how I found out the Mark IIIs draw 3 watts when they're idling. So I don't turn them off. It's not worth it.
Not worth it.
It's not worth it. So MLP says, wow, you're still alive. And apparently we're both gifted with Gab, according to Kat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like.
We have way too much fun together.
The problem with smart plugs is they have the same issue of IoT security that any IoT device has. So,
I find smart plugs, you can actually use them so you don't need a camera. So the camera's good if you're checking if the printer's failed or not, but you can use a smart plug to check if the printer's finished or not. Because if the wattage has gone down,
if it drops,
it's over.
Well, you can set protocols in most smart plugs that when the current draw drops below a certain amount for a certain amount of time, it just automatically turns itself off. That's fine. I've liked the TP-Link Casa stuff, but I don't use them for printers.
I've dropped Casa completely
because it's not
safe. They've changed their pricing structure. When I got into it, it was free, so it was completely free to own, free to use. Now there's a subscription.
Zigbee it is, I guess, right? Home Assistant, Zigbee, something like that.
Home Assistant.
Yeah, Home Assistant, I don't know enough about it yet. I want to get into it and understand it, but I really just don't have a big need for smart devices because, like, I can turn around and look at things, right?
Yeah,
now,
same here.
When we add, so we're looking at expanding the business. Apparently there is no subscription in the US. Interesting.
You lucky gits.
Ha! That's the one thing we have over you.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Okay, there's another one.
I just saw it in the chat.
Yep. How did we miss that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one is so important. I've not actually announced this ever. So, Construct 2, where we were going to have the filament changer underneath and then the printer on top, we've got an 8-inch gap. I was going to put this between them. because it's that
UPS.
important to have a UPS. They can save prints because I do not. I even my machines they ship out. They do not come with power stop resume. You can turn it on. Like the capability is that I do not have it as default because the moment your power goes off, your print's done. If the bed cools down, your printer's done.
Yeah, you're
If
done.
your nozzle cools down, your printer's done. Even if like the motors don't go back to the exact same set, your printer's done. A UPS can save so much money, so much heartache. It is worth it.
APC 3000 back there, APC 1500 up here.
I really need to buy some. I've got some old car battery UPSs that I don't really like, but they work.
They work great.
They do work. And printers are not high power devices unless they're warming up for their initial like print. They're not high power devices. Like
yeah,
our industrial one idles when it's printing. As an idle as an it's printing, like it's already in a settled state at 220 watts with all the heaters active while it's printing. 220 watts. You can run that machine for hours on a UPS.
Yep. And so people are saying, look at the solar generator. So like EcoFlow. Yeah, the new EcoFlows are really nice. And then you can also go partially off grid with it. It's grid tied, right? So you put, let's say 500 watts worth of panels so you can charge it when you're not printing. And then the grid when you are printing hard, who cares? You can also DIY the stuff like Basin Green has battery kits. EcoWorthy has a 15 kilowatt hour battery for like $2,200 right now on sale, but you need an inverter and charge controller. EG4 makes the best ones. I have a lot of research into the off-grid stuff. I want to do more off-grid stuff on this channel because whatever we build or whatever we do to expand this business will be fully 100% off-grid. It will not be grid tied in any sort of way. It will be 100% off-grid. The only way that we will be able to generate power at night is if we utilize a gas generator and we need it. But the business shouldn't draw that much power because like you said, as long as it's not heating, right? When it's actively printing, the machines don't draw a lot of power, right? A Mark IV, hell, a Core 1. A Core 1 can only draw 250 watts, period. That's it. It cannot draw more than that because that's all its power supply is rated for. That's it. The XL is 750 because it's 3 power supplies.
One only for when it's really heating the bed in reality. Like once it's hot, what is it like 350 watt when it's hot with all heaters active, including all 5 nozzles if you've got the head version?
Oh yeah, it's not much.
It's nothing.
Yeah. It's like on my standing set, I use a Delta 2 from EcoFlow plugged into both the grid and a solar bank that I have outside. Crappy one that I got on Facebook, but it's fun. I think it's fun. It's fun to be able to run things off grid just for shits and giggles, right?
Yep.
That to me is fun. And then you look at the Magneto X with 1.7 kilowatts worth of heating. Yeah. The bed
I'm going to say now, that's stupidly high power.
It's excessive. Yeah, the bed is a kilowatt. I've turned mine down to 600.
So I actually think I know why it's that powerful.
Because smoke.
I think they put a European designed bed, and then they put an American designed bed and they're running it for European power, and that's why it's so powerful. Because it doesn't make sense.
No, it's rated.
It just doesn't make sense.
No, it's rated.
You're kidding? No. Yeah,
it is.
What a stupid decision! You're gonna warp your bed after eventually. Too much heat at one time will warp that bed.
It gets spicy.
Oh,
gets spicy.
I don't think my cooker pulls that much power.
Yeah, it's pretty spicy. I just have mine turned down because there's no point. Yeah, a UPS though, especially so like as a hobbyist, maybe not. That kind of is what it is. You'll lose a print every now and then, but if you have relatively reliable power, it's not that big of a deal. Business, you need a UPS.
Yeah, it can save so much heartache.
Yep.
Especially if like you're doing like a job and it's in let's like PPSU, expensive material.
Yeah.
You do it. It doesn't matter what the machine's on. It's the material. It's the material and the time. Actually, no. Screw the material. It's the time.
It's always the time.
If you're doing a 2-day print and you're on the deadline and it fails at the 99% mark, that's a phone call then.
Yep.
And I don't like phone calls in the first.
I got to make a phone call on Monday now. That print failure means I got to make a phone call on Monday. It sucks, but it is what it is.
Yep.
It's part of the deal. There's a very specific process that we have to use, like it's ISO 9001 protocol process that they want for this. And hilariously, the +4 is the machine that was chosen. I'm like, oh, cool, I have one of those. Uh, um, but their process doesn't include how to deal with chamber temp rise. And so I have to, I'll do the smaller parts because it's not going to have an issue, but the bigger parts, we're going to have an issue. Like I have pretty reliable power here. I am on Withlacoochee River Electric. It is spelled exactly like you want it to be spelled. And outside of the last hurricanes that we had, I might lose power, I don't know, once a quarter for more than 5 minutes. It's a co-op. They service like sub 300,000 homes. Their service area is so small. So we're back up and running. Like when a dump truck clotheslined the power line and broke a pole, right? Think about how much force is required to break a solid wood telephone pole, okay? Dump truck clotheslined the line, broke the pole, and snapped the power line. We were out of power for less than 2 hours. They brought a new pole. So they said, what do you see? I see a down power line and a dump truck. They're like, wait, a dump truck? I'm like, yeah. They're like, oh my God, this is great. All right, we'll bring out a new pole. We'll bring out new fuses. We'll bring out new power lines. We'll be out there in 20 minutes. 17 minutes later, they showed up with everything. They are 12 minutes away from my house. So they loaded all of that gear in 5 minutes after the phone call and drove to my street.
That's impressive.
I was baffled. I love my power company. And I say very little good things about my internet provider. I love my power company. They are amazing.
See, me and Dev Minor are just vibing in the chat right now with superior
underground.
European underground power.
So all new construction for power lines require underground power in Florida, but this is all older construction. And it doesn't make sense to put it underground now. So if there is big issues, they'll change it. But I mean, you're talking a couple $1 million to do that change. So it's not worth it. It's cheaper to send out, crews to fix the problems when they occur. Like how often do dump trucks clothesline power lines?
To be fair, losing power once a quarter sounds mad to me. So we've just had a power cut for 1 second. Turned off the PCs, but that was it. 1 second power cut. The last time we had a power cut was 400 days ago.
Yeah, no. I'm on such large battery backups that I laugh at power cuts. My internet can go for 9 hours with no power. We have lost power during streams before, but because everything that is pertinent to the business is on full battery backups, the lights above me will turn off. Nothing else turns off. Even my camera has a battery in it, so it can run for a couple of hours on its own. So, yeah, if you're a business, I would highly recommend big server-grade battery backups, right? You can buy them used, replace the batteries, because they'll give you the volt amps that you need, right? Or I recommend massive off-grid style batteries, like a 15 kilowatt hour battery for $2,200 and then another 1,000 or so for the charge controller. That will be more than enough to run a 30 printer print farm for 12 hours, 13 hours with most of those machines running. You'll run fine. It won't even matter. And the nice thing is, if you set the charge current, let's say to, I don't know, 1,500 watts, okay? So it charges off a regular American outlet. You can output from these things like 6,000 watts. So you can charge it much slower than you draw from it if you need to. So you can use it if you have metered power, so where it's cheaper at night than it is during the day. Run on battery during the day, charge it up at night. There's a lot of value to having big battery packs. Total in the business right now, we have about 9 kilowatt hours worth of batteries. Total. I want to change that to about 70.
That's a good number.
Well, my whole
That's a
house
really good
draws
number.
about 60 to 65 a day. So it means I could run the entire house for an entire 24-hour period with no compromises whatsoever on that battery pack.
That's good.
Yep, and 12 kilowatts should be more than enough for me to do it as well. So, yeah. I don't know. I think that it's very important to make sure that you're running all the time. Even if you're not running, like you see the Mark IIIs behind me don't run much anymore. Even if you're not running often, it is good to make sure that you don't lose time due to something outside of your control.
Yes.
That is the thing you always want to avoid, is losing time outside of your control. That's
Time
dangerous
is
to me.
the most valuable currency. And anything that saves that is worth the money. Even if it's a bad purchase, it's still worth the money for most cases. Because
Like,
you don't know when you need that time. But when you need it, you can't buy it.
a buddy of
And
mine,
that is why it's so good.
a buddy of mine just hired a driver to drive him around. He doesn't have $1 million business. He might. It's a very humble business, so I'm not entirely... They have about 6 months of backlog on their work right now. It's a clock store. They do antique clock repairs. That's what they do. But because he is the expert, he is the one that wants to answer the phone all the time. He can take phone calls, text messages, and all that, but not safely when you're driving. So he turns off his phone when he drives. He hired a driver for like $25 or $30 an hour to drive him to and from these things, these house calls that he does. He increases productivity by 30%.
Huge.
That is dumb levels of productivity boost from a $30 an hour employee. And like, rich people buy private jets because time. They realize that the most valuable asset they own on this planet is their time. And that's what they need to make it work.
Yep.
They need, like, does Taylor Swift need to go a 40-minute trip on her private jet? No, that one would be probably faster to drive. But cross-country flights, you're saving 2 hours minimum early, an hour waiting for your bags, all the other BS of dealing with other passengers, and especially if you're someone who is well known, you don't deal with fans that are mobbing you all the time. There is value to your time. We're going to do an entire episode on that again. We're overdue for a your time has value.
Oh, yeah.
Episode, or you're
I
not
could go
charging
really
enough.
into that.
Yeah.
Because you know me, I do not have a lot of money.
Yeah.
I have goals to, like, once I have money, and the first ones are hire like a semi-private cook, just like somebody who does meal prep as their business, and I will hire them because cooking takes time, and it will be maid service or just like cleaning services, because I realize my time is now so important, even though I am not earning money myself, that it still makes financial sense to hire people.
It does.
And that is a really weird feeling. And that could probably also link into the, if we ever did an episode on like imposter syndrome and stuff.
Yep. Yeah, we'll have a therapist on for that.
It's very interesting. That would be a very interesting time.
Yep. Yeah, I'll invite Nick Anger back, a licensed therapist and maker as well. So it'll be fun. Nick's a good guy. You'll like him. Yeah, like UPS saves you time. It saves you time, which saves you money. I don't care about the $20 material cost. In fact, I have 2 extra kilos for the project. So that just got rid of one of my, well, I have 2.5 kilos extra. So it got rid of 1.25-ish kilos of spare. It sucks as I really don't have a good way to recycle it because it's not pure PETG. It is a client provided material.
Oh.
Yep. It's PE.
Spicy.
It's nothing special. It's just they wanted this brand for this.
Well, it's a specific grade for whatever they need. Still spicy. I like
Elegoo's Rapid
grades.
PETG. So it's
still a specific grade.
It is. Yeah.
less cool in my head now that you've said it,
Yeah,
but it still
yeah.
counts.
There's nothing special about it. It's elegant
So
rapid
you could get
PETG.
it's a proprietary PETG with a bit of polyethylene mixed in.
It's not.
It's
There's nothing special about it. Although there's something special in that material that makes it flow better, but I'm not going to get into that today. What else are good productivity things?
I've realized what you've forgotten to mention, and you mention this in every stream. A heat gun.
Torch for me is better than a heat gun.
Okay, I'll give you that. But a heat gun's electric, and you don't have to worry about butane.
Yeah, the problem with the heat gun, unless you're using like one of those SMD heat guns, you know, that have a really tiny output orifice, the torch is just a more refined stream of heat, where a normal heat gun is like, I don't know, 3 inches in diameter.
Yeah.
Right? I want refined heat exactly where I need it, right? I do use heat guns. I use heat guns more to like heat up chambers than anything else. Like, yes, the core one will get to 55C on its own, but it gets there a lot faster
when you use a heat gun.
Yeah, it gets there a lot faster with a heat gun because whatever, and it's got, you know, calibration and all that to handle it. So that I'm not too worried. Oh my god, I'm looking at one. Better flash drives.
100%.
Better effing flash drives. I had my first Prusa drive fail. This is from dropped it. This is from my XL. It's dead.
That's a pet peeve. Flash drives
Yep.
are one of those things that people don't know enough about.
So,
and they assume they're all made of the same quality, which they're not. Especially the cheaper ones, they die very quickly. And when your entire company revolves around using flash drives and plugging them into equipment, good quality flash drives saves businesses. It saves your prints. And the worst thing is, if a flash drive fails, you don't know it's failed. It can still work. Like 99.9% of the time, it will still print just fine. The problem is it's that 0.1%, which you don't know it's the flash drive. It could just be a random failure. It could just do a random line of G code because it just corrupted slightly, but only for a little bit of time. It is a pet. It's why I really don't like SD cards. Like, I hate them because you can't really get ever correcting SD cards.
You can't
can in flash drives.
You can't get ECC, but you can get high endurance.
Which is better, but still not great.
Yeah. I use a high endurance card in my Bamboo because I run X1 Plus, which reminds me I should probably get another one and clone it. So I have a clone.
Do it.
Yeah, I probably should. But I recently got these PNY 32 gig USB 3.0, a 10-pack for $30 off of Amazon, and every single printer that runs flash drives are going to get these. These are highly rated. I am normally a SanDisk kind of guy, but there are so many good but bad clones out there, right? They look the part and they're good enough to get past Amazon, but they're crappy quality memory. PNY is not often copied, and they make good ones. I also like ones where you have a slide to protect it, but then the actual slide itself is in there pretty well, and you got to pull it harder to lock it, and it locks closed. That's really nice because it means I don't have to worry too much. I can put labels on these. They have enough flat spot to put labels on. I like the thin ones, the really small flash drives, but I find them not to be as sturdy. I don't go with the ECC flash drives. They're too expensive for me, honestly. Yeah, I do like the PNYs. I've got here, like here's a SanDisk Cruiser 32. It says gray on it because it's to the gray resin printer. That's how I know what it's for. That way, I don't. Cause we're often running like production in resin and in different materials, so I don't want to accidentally put the drive into the wrong machine. Right? Yeah. People use NVMe drives. You can get cheap NVMe drives, but the enclosures for them are often quite expensive. But yeah, good quality flash media, period, is worth it. The problem with NVMe drives for me is the heat. They get hot. They get really hot.
I started buying actual like 2.5-inch SD cards, not SD cards, SSDs.
Yeah, the SATA
and I just got
SSDs.
the adapter just straight to a USB. That works surprisingly well.
Yeah.
And because it's like massive, like you don't even need the massive quantity ones, even like the cheap secondhand 128 gig ones, whatever, because it's SSD quality, you know they're not going to fail.
The
And a
NAND
lot of the
flash
times,
is
I will
just
say,
better.
even cheap USBs are good. The problem is the printers. They don't have a lot of the circuit protection on the USB ports.
Yep.
So you will end up slowly killing the SD cards with just transient power spikes because you have motors in the system. So it's not massively trying to keep the SD card or the USB stick alive. It's just working. And I mean, have you ever had any like resin printers that the motherboard just died? We've had two.
I
And
don't
that's
use
because the
them.
SD card slot killed it.
I don't use them enough. You know, so and we're using USBs on all of ours. None of ours use SD. So we use, we use Elegoo resin printers and they're all USB. Regardless if they're USBs at an accessible point, they're all USB. It's funny,
I'm looking
the
at
SD
you,
cards,
Anycubic. Your USB ports, Anycubic, are ass.
the
Please
SD
improve them.
cards that Prusa used to use were great. They worked for a long time, like many, many years before they died on us, which is reasonable. Any machine that does power loss detection, use high endurance. If it uses a micro SD card, use a high endurance card. They don't cost they don't cost a bunch more. If you look up high endurance cards, you don't find ones that you want. Look at ones for dash cams. They're designed to be written and written and written and written and written a lot so that you can use them on dash cams. So like my Bamboo, it runs off the micro SD card. Its firmware is on the SD card because it's running X1 Plus and it's an air-gapped X1 Plus. Well, it beats the hell out of cards. Like 3 weeks, it would kill any micro SD card within 3 weeks. This high endurance card has been going for almost a year now.
I'd still preemptively change them out just in case.
You're right. I need to, and I'm going to. Oh, dude, freaking dryers. We forgot about dryers.
Yeah, I can't live without them. They're good.
Filament dryers. 100%.
Now, you can be cheap. You can be cheap. Your printer is a filament dryer. If you use it correctly, get a filament box, cut the lid out, so it's just a lid. Put your filament on the bed, put the cardboard box on top. You've made a dirt cheap enclosure. It works.
Go get a food dehydrator.
Just buy a filament dryer.
Or go get a food dehydrator from a thrift store. Right?
I wouldn't even do that, to be honest. If you're buying filament, you can afford a filament dryer.
Yeah, the Sunlu S2 is probably like the cheapest one that we would recommend at the moment. I've got the Ibos
They're the
dryer
ones
and
I
a few
use.
others. The problem with the S2 is it has no vent. So you have to make your own vent on it.
I just drill holes.
Yep, that's what
Just
we
drill
do.
holes.
I say don't use a drill. Use a old crappy Allen key and a torch. Hold it with a pair of pliers, and then you burn through the plastic on the top, because then you won't accidentally drill into the heater element that's on the top of it.
Yeah.
So
now make sure, here's the trick. Put one hole in the bottom because you need the air to come in to then rise and then go out. Otherwise, it's just not really going to do much. You create this air seal.
Yep.
So yeah, make sure you put holes in the bottom and the top. But yeah, the Sunlu S2, that's my go-to for most of it. I wish the is it the iBoss, the one that you could put 4 wheels in?
The Sunlu has an S4.
The S4, yeah. I wish that was just a little bit bigger. So you could put bigger reels for the 3 kilos or the 5 kilos. Because there's like 2 centimeters of difference. And they could have done it.
Their new E2 holds bigger ones, but that one's also good to like 110 Celsius.
Yeah. And it's quite expensive. I can't recommend it because of the price.
$200.
Yeah. Can't recommend it.
Look, if you're printing in Peak, Peck, or Ultem, I'll recommend it every single day.
But if you're printing in Peak, Peck, and Multum, you're probably not buying a third-party filament dryer. You probably already have one with the machine.
No. A lot of machines don't come with it. They have you go buy lab-grade dryers, and those lab-grade dryers are a few $1,000s.
Okay, I take it back.
Yeah.
So actually, no, I don't take it back. If you're still using Peak, Peck, and Ultum, you're
good.
probably earning the money to buy a lab-grade glass dryer.
You should be, yes. But I think, the E2 has a place. And it's for those that are looking at, let's say, a Construct 2 at 10 grand, and that don't want to spend another 5 grand on a dryer. they'll look at the E2 as an option at $200 because what is that? 2%? If that?
Oh, I am
Not
sorry
even
to break you. We're going to have an
0.2%.
integrated dryer. Yeah, I can't do that. We've got an integrated dryer.
Okay, well,
A printer at that price must come with one.
a lot of them don't. A lot of them don't. So like the HT90 doesn't. They include a dry box, and that's a Pelican case as a dry box.
Oh, that's like how Markforged does theirs.
Mhm.
It's just a Pelican case with a tube that comes out.
That's right.
Good enough for Markforged, good enough for everyone else.
That's what I figured. But I like active drying. I don't like even silica-based drying. I don't like because my air.
You don't know when the silica's
damp.
wet.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know when the silica gets wet, and it's timed. I do like. I think it was CNC Kitchen did an investigation on those piezoelectric pulse dryers.
Yep.
Them I love. I really want to get my hands on some, and then I saw the price tag, and I was like, kind of not worth it.
Yeah.
Not when a heating element does the same job and it's a bit faster.
If you
dry is worth it.
If you want to do one that's a little janky, dryers for gun safes. They're just long heaters. And
did you see the dry box I made?
Yeah.
At the factory.
Yeah. Showed it to me.
That was a car PTC heater dryer because they're £5 and just the cheapest power supply and a control circuit. Turn it on, it won't ever heat it up past 60 degrees.
Well, so
that's good enough.
The thing with those cheap PTC, and I had one handy. It must have fallen. I have some. The heat comes out of a small area. I have a rod heater that's like almost 2 feet long. It's 150 watts. It's a little warm, but it has a bang. It's a bang controller. It's not great.
Bang bangs are all you need when it comes to filament drying.
For drying,
you don't need
it's
PWM.
perfect. The thing with the gun safe ones are that you can't set the temperature, but you have to remember with firearms, you have firearms that are made of plastic, polymer. You have ones that are made of wood. So they have to be limited to a very, very low level. So I think the one I have is like 50 or 60 Celsius. And so if you wanted to, say, enclose an entire shelf and keep all that filament reasonably dry, you can go ahead and do that. Maker Mindsets, Rick said, color change silica. Stuff's carcinogenic. Nope. Be careful with it. Be very careful.
Also, it doesn't do a very good job.
No.
The color change is a very sudden change.
Yeah.
So you can have all of this moisture and then goes color.
Yeah.
And it does it the same way. You don't know when it's dry either. And it does degrade. And then bear in mind, I don't care about my body. I'm the type that's going to die young because of stupid decisions I've already made. If I don't die in an explosion, I've made a mistake. But with that being said, I care about your safety. Don't do it. They're carcinogenic. It's not worth it.
I see they're getting on me about a multimeter. You know what? I'm going to argue that I don't think a multimeter is as necessary as a soldering iron. We didn't talk. I mean, we grazed across the pine sill. Just ignore all other soldering recommendations and buy a pine sill. That's done. There you go. Pine sill. Buy a pine sill. Don't buy any other iron. Buy a pine sill. You're done. That's it. I don't care. Oh, I want a TS100. Buy a pine sill. Shut up. They're $35 US. They run off a USB-C. They run off of a barrel jack, so you can run them off of a car battery if you wanted to. They run off of freaking 9 volts all the way up to like 30. They have a ridiculous... they are amazing. Buy a pine sill. I would argue that by and large, even businesses are not going to have a big need for a multimeter. Right? Like, unless
we have one. We have one in the factory. Do you know what we use it for?
Power supply testing?
Not even that, because we've got it's internal tested anyway. We use it just to check the ground is properly connected to the rest of the frame. That's it. We do it to hear the funny beep.
Yeah.
And it was like, yep.
Yes, it's like David Connor Shover says in your business, I use mine daily. Yes, there will be some instances where you use one all the time. I don't think the average 3D printing business owner or the average 3D printing enthusiast, I mean, put it on a wish list, right?
Just to be fair, you can get them cheap. Like I got mine for 12 quid. Like it's nothing to me.
Yeah, you
And
don't
it is
need.
useful. It's good to check the voltage of certain pins on a motherboard. But that's really it. Like I don't really use it for much else.
Yep.
Um, and unless I was getting into like actual circuit board design, which I am starting to get into now because we're being forced to, then there's no reason for me to double check when I'm buying 1,000 boards from someone if they're all actually rated for the exact resistance of a run or whatever. It's literally just, does it turn on? Yup. Is there a ground connection? Yup, that's it. Back in the box it goes.
Yeah, I feel similar. I mean, yeah, okay. So, Frutanica Wares said I need a better humidity meter. Yeah, hygrometer can be useful, but if you have a dryer, I would argue that maybe a hygrometer is kind of superfluous. Any
Yep.
material that can absorb moisture, like TPU, just dry it. Nylon,
Assume it's wet.
just dry it. Yeah, assume it's wet. Even if you have, bags and things to put in, assume it's wet. Just dry it. You're not going to hurt it by drying it as long as you don't dry it too hot. Just dry it. It's fine. Kisker said the benchtop power supplies and like a $20 multimeter, they do a lot of side hobby with 18650 cells. Please don't do that. Those are the angry lithium. Kisker, if you are smart enough and understand the risk associated with it, by all means, but the average person should not be messing 18650 cells. As someone that used to do it, had shorted one out and had a fire and it started smoking in my house because I was building my own battery packs and overheated the battery. It started to smoke. Amber was outside gardening. I throw open the sliding glass door. I said, get it out, and I throw it. Of course, it hits the top of the porch, falls right next to Amber. I said, kick it, get it out. And right as she kicks it, as it's going through the air, it catches fire in the air. And we just let it burn in the grass. I'm like, nope,
Yep.
I'm done with this.
Yep.
Yeah, the average.
I used to make my own 18650 like packs for my electric longboard. Oh, the amount of spicy cigarettes I threw out of the window as they just lit and like, nope, out it goes. My next door neighbor hated me because if I missed it, it was going in their garden, not mine.
Spicy cigarettes. That's a way to put it. Yeah. I think I'm like running to the end of. I'm sure as soon as we stop streaming, I'm going to come up with other things.
We're probably going to come over loads. I'm running through what I use in the factory that's neat. To be honest, other than like a couple of jigs, which cardboard is a great tool. Just cut it, use it, jig.
Oh! Shit! The Canary cardboard knife! The Canary cardboard knife! Jacob, look it up! Oh my god. Oh my god, I got these. Oh my god, Canary cardboard knife. They are so good. I'm going to put a affiliate link in the chat right now because I have one handy.
Is it just like a serrated blade knife?
Yes, but it's so good. They're
I think
so
I need to get
good.
one now.
Oh yeah, if you can't get them in the UK, I will put one.
I'm gonna see it if I can get it on Amazon.
God. They are 10. I can get one for $7.90, and you can get them in multi-packs. I can get a 10-pack for $67 US.
I can get one for £6.
Great, buy it.
I'm
Absolutely,
buying it. I've literally just bought now. Actually, no, I'm canceling that order. I'm putting it on the business account because that's how you get 20% discount.
Yeah, I absolutely. Those cardboard knives are great for. They slice through cardboard like a hot knife through butter. They are amazing for kids. So if your kids like to play with cardboard boxes, you can cut up. You can give these knives to kids. You can cut yourself. You got to try because they're serrated, but they're designed to cut cardboard for like years. They are great for cutting. Like, let's say you have a big box, you need to make a smaller box. Cut the edges. Don't use a razor knife. Like an X-Acto knife and number 11 blades and all that. Those are good to have. I like the Canary cardboard knives so much better. They are, and my buddy Amos, Moose Industries over on Printables has the sheath that you can print for them. So you can print the sheath to keep them in.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
How did you shrink your link to an actual shareable link instead of the stupidly long Amazon one?
Oh, it lets me choose if I want. Oh, the amzn.to?
Yeah.
That's an affiliate link. I'm an Amazon affiliate, so that's an Amazon affiliate link.
Yeah, but doesn't that bring you to the... Oh, it doesn't bring you to the product.
It'll bring you to the product.
What did that... Okay, I'm going to just send this to you.
Okay.
And then you can turn that into an affiliate link because this is the UK version.
I don't know if mine works in the UK, but send it to me and I'll see.
We're gonna find out.
Where the hell are you sending it?
There you go.
Oh,
I sent it direct to you. There you go.
Okay. Let me see if I can make. Well, it's making me. Yeah, I gotta. I have to do a. Yeah, I can't. So I have to do a CAPTCHA to get through. Yeah, dude, £6's no big deal. I see it's $5.75.
There you go.
But yeah, no, they are my favorite cardboard knife. You're cutting up cardboard boxes. Even if you want to just go burn boxes, cut them up. They burn faster. Yeah, UK, Amazon. They are super, super nice. Some people were saying engineering squares. 1, 2, 3 blocks, engineering squares. Those are more
not super useful.
I think when you're building printers, they can be. Yeah, okay, it's not as useful as a AA grade piece of granite, but the bulk of us don't have those. And so, like...
Well, even then, like, an engineering square only goes so far. Like, we can't unsquare a frame with a square. So, like, it can tell you if it's square, but it's not going to fix the problem. It's going to identify the problem. And it's for that reason I don't see it being very useful. Because if you bought a kit, do you want to know your kit is square? Or do you just want to build the kit? And I have a feeling you just want to build the kit. You're not going to be able to square it by just being like, oh, it's out of square, because it's the way the kit was made.
But it can help. It can help get you closer. Rick said, do you really need a cardboard box cutter more than you need a multimeter? I use my cardboard box cutter more than I use my multimeter. Like, way more. Way more. So, yeah, 100%. Oh my god, that Canary cardboard box cutter. I won't accept
just put the order through now.
Yeah, do it. They're just so good.
That is how
you're gonna end up buying you're gonna end up buying one for, because like every spool you order from Amazon, it comes in a cardboard box. Every box you order from Amazon is a cardboard box.
Do you know how hard it is to cut through like triple walled cardboard with just that, with no handle? You're like, it's not worth it. That I didn't know they existed. I just bought one.
I'm
probably gonna buy 5 more.
What I want you to do is I want you to film your reaction the first time you try it. Because it's that good. It's that good. Your reaction is going to be one that if you had to fake it, you would struggle to fake. I promise.
Brilliant.
It is like using a coping saw for the first time when all you've ever used is a hacksaw.
I'm so looking forward to this.
Yeah.
I'm actually so looking forward to this.
Do curves with it. Do a circle. It'll do it. Now, what I want to do is I want to take one of those Canary knives and adapt it to fit a jigsaw or a reciprocating saw.
Well, at that point, just use a reciprocating saw. It'll cut through cardboard anyway.
It'll dull. And it's not going to cut it. It's not going to cut it as clean as this will. You know what?
You're probably right.
You have no place to comment about this. You don't even own one yet.
I don't own one. No, I do now. I just don't have it yet.
When's it coming? Will we be able to get an update of this next week?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
It says it arrives tomorrow.
Okay. So we will be able to follow up with this next weekend, and you can share the praise for this tool next weekend.
I might even leave using it until the live stream.
No, you can't do that. That's just teasing yourself the whole time. That's just not fair.
I could leave it next to me and be like, ooh.
No. If you want to do that, you can. But you don't have to. But yeah,
we can leave it to the end of the live stream, and the more super chats we get, the earlier we'll do it.
I set the goal instead of ad-free streams. It's Jacob tries the cardboard cutter. We're gonna be doing a whole series on like for business and for newbies. The next probably 5 or 6 episodes total are gonna be all about that. Yeah, great. Because like we've both been newbies, we both have businesses. You're in the manufacturing side, I'm in the you know, made to order
Mm.
service bureau side, and so I think it'll be really nice. Fire Lion says, "Damn, 3 hour live." No, we're coming up on 4 hours, which
What have I
means
done to you?
it's like 9 p.m. Or is it 8 p.m. for you?
8.
Because of daylight savings time, you're now only 4 hours
Daylight
ahead.
saving.
You're only 4 hours
Yeah.
ahead of me. Yeah. So you've missed dinner, which means we got to let you go so you can go get dinner.
Ah.
I don't need your mother to threaten to kill me.
It's okay. She's at work on a road show, so therefore she can't complain at the
Oh, that's
moment.
right. They're at the road show this
Yeah.
week.
I get the house to myself for 2 full weeks.
That
So I'm
is-
organizing every party possible and I'm going to absolutely trash it. And I hope she's watching because it will keep her up at night.
I'm waiting for that message. I don't think she's watching.
I am actually regretting saying that just in case she takes it seriously.
Your mother should know better. You don't have friends. Your friends are all on the
You're right.
internet.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, my parents are never worried about my brother and I throwing house parties because we did not have friends like that. And we were never those kids either. But you know what? I'm going to go ahead and clip that just in case.
It's okay. My IRL friends are really nice, but they are not party people. We would rather sit around and play D&D than have an actual party, which I personally love.
I need to actually do a full D&D campaign. All the ones I've ever done, people end up dropping and then it ends up failing. So it's always a bummer.
Nah, I've just started a new one and I'm playing the best character I have ever made. So up to now, I've been playing for like 12 years now. I've been making regular characters. Like they might be a bit spicy here and there, but the main thing is like they're generally good alignment, work with the party, get the story done. This is the first time in a good campaign, I am playing a lawful evil character who the entire tagline of his mindset is a true noble dickhead. And it is the best fun I've had. Every sentence that I come out with, I vomit a bit on the inside because it is just sleazy. It's just so greasy. And I am adoring playing this asshole who has to play with good people. And he's literally like going to a bar and just throws the equivalent of $1,000 on the floor and just expects them to pick it up because it's $1,000. It's just constantly like that, completely out of touch with the real world. So like the party's trying to organize transport to go on from like one town to another. So like, oh, we could get a cart together and everything. And they asked for a shopping list, and I've got like a Frisian battle horse because of course I'm going to have my own horse. I'm not going in a cart. No, just it makes me sick playing it.
Oh God,
it's exactly
so
that.
you're Elon Musk.
Yes, with even less charisma.
It could get lower.
Oh, I'm playing it like even worse.
Look, anyone with $250 million can buy their way into the Oval Office. Okay, like that's all that we, that's all we know now.
I'm loving it.
Jeez.
No, you should do it. Get into D&D. It's great. I adore it. It's some of the most fun I ever have.
I don't really have many IRL friends. Like, you know how I make IRL friends? It was when I was dancing. It was when I would go out dancing. But now it's clients that turn into friends. My best friends were clients. Jazz and Joe. They are amazing. They are my best friends. They happen to be local, but I only know them because they bought stuff from me. So, but that's fine.
That's fine. To be fair, that's how people make friends in the adult world, because people have to work.
Yeah, we celebrated Jazz's birthday. She wanted a dapper day, so we all dressed up in our suits and went to the zoo and rode the rail car in Tampa. And then they wanted to go to Tarragoucha, so we went to Tarragoucha for her birthday.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. Friends are hard to acquire. That's why I like my .comrades. All my internet friends. .comrades, which I think is a great way to say it. Thanks, Billy.
That's great. I love that.
Yep.
I'm going to steal that. .comrades.
.comrades. Yeah, it's great.
.comrades.
I'm trying to think of what else.
I'm trying to think of the last
thing. Have we missed anything? Have we missed any other tools that you guys would want? Like, what other tools have we missed here that you guys use on a daily basis? Like, I'm over here thinking, I don't think we've missed much.
Oh, there's two, but these are less maker tools and more life tools. The new chargers, the GAN style,
Yeah,
you can get
GAN
60-watt charge.
chargers.
Get rid of your laptop chargers. Just carry this little brick with you, and
Assuming
it
your
can
laptop
carry your
can
phone and
charge over
everything.
USB-C.
That is, well,
My
yeah,
scanning
America.
laptop can't.
The other one, little ratchet set. I
Yeah.
carry this with me everywhere. Like where the screwdriver doesn't fit, just little bitty ratchet.
Yeah,
That
add the tiny
honestly
ratchet.
saves me.
X-Acto knives, maybe. I worry about getting cut with the X-Acto knives.
Yeah, you get used to it. Like the fear of using these with no holder goes
Yeah.
away when you learn to hold them. Keep sharp ones. You can buy them in packs of 200. If they start getting dull, put them in the bin. Like seriously, there's no reason to use a dull blade because they become dangerous when they become dull because you're putting more pressure in. Sharp blades every time. Put them in the bin. Don't worry about it.
What else? Oh, first aid kit. Yep. First aid kit.
Make sure you got your super glue in your first aid kit. For resin printers, UV curing station. Don't bother putting them in the sun. It just makes it so much easier.
3D Experiments has an electron microscope.
I wish.
Yeah, I wish.
If your regular maker can get an electron microscope, I'm so happy.
Sanding supplies. I forgot my favorite new tool. The Ryobi thin sander. I love this thing. David Prusha guy recommended this. I love this tool. Oh my god. Yeah. If you have a, I know Amber just got back. She's looking at me surprised and upset right now. If
Ask
you
Amber.
have,
She might have some insights into like things
what
we've
other
completely
tools
forgotten.
are we for? Well, she's missed a lot of the shows. She doesn't know.
Doesn't matter.
Huh? Tool trays. Yeah. That's fair. Well, we talked about that a little bit with the magnetic parts trays and things like that. This is the Ryobi 1/2-inch belt sander. So it's a little teeny tiny belt sander. And you can buy this from Direct Tools Factory Outlet for $40 US. It is an $80 tool. Does not come with a battery. The only difference is it'll say Recon on it, which I don't care about. Recondition means it's new to me. Then the batteries, I get Recon batteries. Battery also says Recon on it for $20 for a 2-amp. Nice and cheap. These are really, really nice for sanding wide parts. We talked about pliers.
Josh Eldon with the amazing, I can't believe I didn't mention this earlier.
Fire extinguisher.
Fire extinguishers. Yeah. Get a small one. You don't need a big one. Just put it next to a machine. Don't worry about it. Like, you're never going to use it.
They make them in cans.
Don't use it.
They make them in spray cans.
Do they?
Yeah.
Wow.
We have some of the states that are spray cans.
So I've got two. I've got a little, almost like cooking mat one. It's just in a box. You rip the lid open. It comes in a massive sheet. You throw it over. You forget about it. The other one is just little, just spray cans. Like literally, you pull the pin. It's not going to be a massive fire extinguisher. To be fair, fire extinguishers are surprisingly cheap. For 25 to 80 quid, you can get industrial grade fire extinguisher. Which, if you're doing things on the big scale, just buy them. I don't even service ours. We just put them next to the brand new ones. So then we have the new one, and then it keeps getting older and older as they go next to it because it's cheaper than getting them serviced. But yeah, fire extinguisher. When it comes to things that get hot and could go wrong, not worth the risk.
Every time. Yep.
Even better, if you have Home Assistant with a temperature sensor attached to it, if it sees the temperature is getting too hot, just turn off all your smart plugs. And then you've got a semi-automated power off, like emergency stop for everything.
Yeah.
It's great.
So Winslow Joy says dry chem or CO2. Here's the deal. Dry chem probably will work better. But there's a problem with dry chem. It goes everywhere. And it's also conductive and corrosive. So whatever it hits, throw it away. If it's a fine little dust, you can clean it off. But let's say you pop it on one machine and the machine next to it gets a bunch on it, throw them both out. It's not worth fixing. CO2 is better, but might not work for electrical fires. So you got to be careful with electrical fires because it might not work. Jacob just grabbed a battery-powered blower, which I don't have one of those.
Amazing. Actually amazing. Well, was only 10 quid. I bought one for 30 quid.
Yeah.
You can get some of the stupid, like really small ones from
Oh,
AliExpress,
the
which
little
are just
cordless
the exact
vacuums
same.
too, that they could do both suck and blow. That would be
I
nice.
don't vibe with the vacuums. This, however, is so powerful. I actually clean my floor with it because instead of going down to brush, I just use the air as a brush.
So
Brush them into a corner.
I can vibe with the vacuum to clean up little bits and schwarf that come off of hot ends and stuff. Like how bamboos, the bottom of them get really dirty because a bunch of shit falls down there.
Just...
I can totally, I don't want to make a mess of it. I want to get it somewhere. So you know what? I'm going to look for one of those. But yeah, they are very loud. Project Farm just did a video on it, and Torque Test Channel did the same day. They both put out a video the same day, and I'm like, oh, that's gotta suck, because now they're splitting views. But
no. You're gonna watch both because the algorithm is gonna populate both because they're the same thing.
That's fair. I do believe in fire extinguishers. I've tried the canned ones that are under pressure. They do work. They work well, but I prefer dry chem. But I will do everything in my power to not pop a fire extinguisher. I will grab a fire blanket. I will blow on it. I will grab something else and just try to, you know, I'll pour water on it, like, which I know has electrical fire hazard risk. I will do all of that before I pop a fire extinguisher.
I mean, a fire extinguisher is the last thing you do.
Yes, it is.
Dry chem is you're writing off the machines anyway. You want the damage to stop spreading.
Yep.
Most fire extinguishers are, oh God, I can't stop this right now.
Yeah.
It is going to get worse. Let's pull the literal emergency pin and go end it now. Or at least keep it in control until the bigger guns arrive in hopefully not too long after you call them.
Right. It's the oh shit switch, right? 3D printers, most of them don't have the e-stops. I know you have ones that do, but most printers don't. So you can't just go, oh shit, and smack the
Every printer has an e-stop, but everyone forgets it has one.
Yeah, it's the reset button.
No, it's the plug. Just turn the plug off.
But I want one on the front where I can hit it fast.
Yes.
You know, so a fire extinguisher is the oh shit, right? It's over and over and over again. Yeah, we're a fire blanket, it burned through the fire blanket, and it's getting worse. Pop the fire extinguisher, because you know what's cheaper, or you know what's more expensive than popping a fire extinguisher? Your deductible on your homeowner's insurance.
Yeah,
every time. And the fact that your homeowner's insurance probably doesn't cover your 3D printer farm.
Check into it. Most people, especially in the UK, it doesn't cover your computers. They're already out of the value range. There's like a value range in the UK. Your computer, if it's like actually good, probably not covered. Most laptops aren't covered because it's outside that value range. Your printers aren't covered because they will ask to see their certificate of conformity and the actual proof to go with it. And 99% of companies will not supply that.
Even further, you probably built your computer custom, so yeah, you know, you're kind of on your own. Riders for electronics are cheap. That's fair. And it is recommended. Riders for, we just have an umbrella policy. I don't worry about it. I don't care if I overpay on my insurance. I'd rather make sure that I have enough. But for me, it's more of the data than the computer itself.
The data's the big one.
Yep.
I can replace equipment. I can't replace it.
So that's not too
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Prusa is the only company that I am aware of that actually has done all the paperwork correctly.
Except you guys. Yeah, I was gonna say except you guys.
You've done that as well. But in terms of like any of the like the Chinese printers, they just won't supply it because they can't prove that they've done the tests correctly. Prusa have, and I can guarantee that. I can guarantee that, but don't take my word for it. Burn your house down first, and then we'll send it to you. That is not an endorsement of burning your house down.
All right, Jacob, let's review this list. What do you got?
Okay, so we've got flush cutters. If you use them badly, flesh cutters. We've got pliers for Nipex and the Engineer brand. We've got tweezers of various types, depending on the jobs you do.
Including ceramic.
We've got spanner sets, and specifically the exceedingly cheap stamped steel 1mm thick ones that you don't really mind abusing because they can get in places others can't. That is a typo. That is actually thrown me completely. Vim tools.
VIM. Yeah.
I don't know what that means. I've
That's a brand.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
What is it again? I can't remember.
It's a brand that we do work for, but they make interesting tools. They make interesting hand tools.
Okay, America only thing then. That's why I didn't get it. Build plates.
Yep.
Because upgrade your printer with them will make your printer 10 times better.
Oh,
Seriously.
an extra 10 mil sockets, like Mad Cat says. 5 more than you think you need.
They always go missing.
Yep.
Is it? It's missing.
What else we got?
Cleaners, dish soap, ammonia based Windex, bed adhesion, Magigoo if you're in Europe, Vision Miner if you're in America, or just get both if you're a baller or you just really want to support one or the other. Nobody cares. Steel core beds and electromagnet beds as a possible video idea.
Yep.
I'm actually kind of vibing with that. I think that'll be really fun.
That'd be fun.
It'll be mad just trying to figure out how to do it. And then we get a steel bed. It's literally like 600 kilos. Can't wait. Binder clips for PEI beds to stop them from warping.
Yep.
We've gone full circle.
When your parts warp.
Yep. Torque wrenches, because honestly, torque wrenches, they're great. 1.5 Newton meters for most people will do the job. I recommend Slice Engineering because it's a 3D printer company and they actually make it for 3D printers. So it's not just mismatching equipment for the use case. Cheap hex keys and expensive hex keys. Get a set of both. Whereas for the expensive, I do recommend, I use them all the time. Cheap ones, just literally get the cheapest from AliExpress. They do not need to be special. Preferably get the bags, because when you damage one, throw it in the bin and they will get damaged.
Yep.
The LTT screwdriver, I swear by this. It is a really nice tool. It reduces RSI. It is just, love it. Can't live without it. Actual factory endorsement right there. That also goes on to the electric drivers, as you were saying earlier. I can't remember what brand. I didn't write it down. I just
Prusa uses Metabo.
Metabo. There we go.
Yeah, Prusa uses Metabo. I've seen Makita in there as well. I use Rigid because it's cheap, and I have a skill and just a generic wow stick, I think is what Chris and Mad Cat like. Generic electric screwdriver as well. Those are good to have.
Yep. Next is deburring tools.
Yep.
Noting there's a left and right-handed version.
There are left and right-handed versions of deburring tools. Yep.
But yeah, deburring tools. We've got hole reamers and manual hole reamers.
Mm-hmm.
Heat set inserts and the more industrial / wood designed heat set inserts. Vernier calipers for your measurement needs. Flatbed scanner for really cheap 2D scanning.
Yep.
Honestly, it's good. If you need 3D, have a look at photogrammetry. If you can't afford any of the regular scanners, photogrammetry can roughly get you in the price thing. There's the free software. That's the main thing. Everyone's got a camera. It's free. You can't get worse than free. But you can get worse than free. Trust me, I know. Headlamps. You've got an amazing one, which is just the beam going across.
Yeah,
and you've got the iMini 2.0 light, which I'm so jealous of. Vacuum bags and sous vide bags. We've got the Shox headphones, the Wes 3D belt tensioner, uninterruptible power supplies, filament dryers, and the Ryobi sanding tool.
There you go.
There we go. That's the list.
I'm sure we're missing things.
We're definitely missing things.
I'm sure we're missing things. But if you think we've missed anything, let us know in those comments, because that's what it's there for. And we will work on building an entire list. Most of them will be affiliate links, please and thank you, of tools that you can find in the description of this video or of this podcast if you are interested. I think at 4 hours and 12 minutes deep, it's probably time that we call this one a wrap.
This is the longest we've done.
Longest we've done, not the longest I've done. I've done an almost 6-hour stream.
Oh,
as a show. So,
but that was intentional, I'm assuming.
No, we just got talking.
Oh,
yeah,
fair enough.
Yeah, it happens.
Can't say no to the vibe.
Yep. Oh, I see. Dream Void said another. Well, we got to give away a roll of filament, so we're gonna give away a roll. And I guess since I can say this here, because I like saying it at the end, because you got to listen to the end. We are actively hiring a sponsorship coordinator, someone to assist in gaining and maintaining sponsorships. We will start with this podcast. So if you have a skill set in this area and have experience in sales, dealing with companies, specifically on the YouTube side of things, we would love to talk with you. Hit us up. Just email YouTube at 3dmusketeers.com. Use the title, I don't know, like sponsorship coordinator position, something like that. Send us a resume. We'll get a call scheduled to make that happen. I think we want to hire. We know we want to hire someone. It's just a matter of hiring the right person. So if you think you might be that right person, reach out. You do not specifically need skills in YouTube, but skills in sales will be required. You have to know how to sell to do this kind of thing. So, all right, Jacob, you wanna send us off, and then we'll do the giveaway.
Yeah, certainly. So everyone, stay safe out there. Don't forget to call your loved ones, and as always, keep making awesome.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Okay, that's probably like a 20 gigabyte recording. Now it's got to remux that whole thing. Let's give away a roll or two. Rick said we missed a large hammer for impact maintenance. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Look, if you want a large tool, you're looking at him.
Basically. Does Jacob have YouTube/social? He does. Is Jacob Lord on YouTube?
I technically do. I haven't posted anything there. I am planning to start posting something eventually. I'm just so time stolen away that I was actually half tempted just to make videos and then just hand them to Grant. Because it would just be easier for me.
I mean, you could. We could do
like
that.
I can literally cheat having a subscriber count by just giving them to Grant. And then people get to see them. Because I don't care about the money on YouTube. I don't care about the fame. I just want to make a video that people might find useful. And if it dies really early on because nobody's subscribed to me, then it doesn't matter. Ironically, my business YouTube account, which has 0 videos, has 100 subscribers, but my personal account, which also has 0 videos, only has 20 subscribers. Because apparently people like to subscribe to completely empty and devoid YouTube channels. Look, I'm not judging. I just want to know. I'm not judging. I just want to know why.
You can judge a little bit. I'm not gonna say nothing.
Look, if I started judging people, that means they start judging me, and things get weird real quickly.
That's fair. Let's see if they're here still. Frank R. Rage Set. If they're there, let's see if we can tag them. Yeah, I can tag them. So they want a roll of printed solid Jesse PLA. So just reach out to me, Discord or something. I was supposed to get all the orders out on Friday. I didn't do that yet. So I'm behind. I'm sorry. And let's do one more. Why not? Let's do one more. Let's have a little fun. Let's see who else is going to win. I think they've won already this month. Let's find out. Because you can only win once per calendar month. So sometimes you can get lucky. Other times you don't get lucky. It happens. No, they haven't. I thought they did. Cybertech, you win. I've seen you in the chat, so I believe you're there, but let's see if we can tag you.
I mean, it has been 4 hours. They could have popped off.
Oh, they're not here. I can't tag them.
Ooh.
Yeah, they're not here. Yeah, because XYBER. Cybertech. I cannot. Oh, no, there they are.
No, they are.
I can tag them. Oh, yeah. Okay, they're there. Okay, YouTube got pissy with me there for a second. He's right there.
We've just given them a heart attack.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, we win. Oh, he's not there.
Oh. Now, and if you haven't received your filament for whatever reason, just reach out back to me. Sometimes I miss people. So like, who said it? Mr. Grinch said, what about winners from a few months ago? If you didn't get your role, reach out to me and I'll see. It happens. It's a fully manual process. I have to do it all myself. So it comes down to sometimes I just flat miss people. So if I did, I'm sorry. Just reach back out to me so it goes back to like the top of my inbox and whatever. But that is it, y'all. We will see you guys later. Next week, probably. Should be next week. We'll see. But enjoy. We're going to go send you to hang out with Steve Builds and Modbot. They're doing a joint stream today.
Little joint collaboration going on.
Yeah, they're doing the Tic Tac V2.1. So we're going to go send it out and have fun with them. We'll see you guys later. Take care.